Father, we bless. Father, we bless you. We give you the glory. We give you the honor, Lord, for yet another month. You've been with us, Lord, January. You've been with us, February. You've been with us, March. This is April. And Father, we are gathered again as a house to just say thank you, to give you praise, to give you glory for the fact that you brought us, a God. We want to commit this session into your hands, mighty King of glory. Every program that is ahead of us as we hear from your servant, Lord, and everybody else that will have a session to talk to us today. May you bless us, oh God, as we raise an aroma of worship to you. My Father, may it be pleasant unto you for your glory. Even as we'll be raising our voices and our hands, oh God, to bring our petitions and prayers to you. Lord, hear us and answer us according to your word. As you said in Matthew 7, seek and you shall find, ask and you shall be given. We are here, Lord, knocking and praying as a family and as a community. Receive the glory as we begin. At the end of it all, Father, glory, honor, and adoration shall be unto you. In Jesus' mighty name we pray. Amen.
Amen and amen. Thank you so much. Thank you, Sammy, for those prayers. I want us to have a little bit of house rules. And I will start by saying that if you're not talking, please, if we can mute ourselves, that would really help so that we can have everybody who is able to talk to be able to talk to us. It is an honor to be here tonight and to come before each and every one of you, thanking God for another month that the Lord has really blessed all of us. It is according to his will that we are still alive and we are here to be able to start this meeting tonight. I am truly honored to welcome each and every one of you to tonight's special Zoom session, an evening filled with purpose, reflection, and empowerment. As a community, we are strongest when we come together in unity, faith, and understanding. And tonight is a beautiful example of that. In the first part of our session, we are blessed to be led in prayers and a word of the Lord through Reverend Dr. Pastor Dan Korir, all the way from Ushindi International Fellowship Church here in Dallas, Texas, that he will guide us through the Bridging the Gap. And I want to encourage all of us as Gotabgaa, as Picture, I want to say that let's this be a sacred time to reconnect with our faith and one another, and as we reflect on the spiritual foundations that bind us. In the second part, my goodness, I want to tell you our program today, we will turn deeply into importance of conversations as part of our Let's Talk series. Tonight, we are focusing on autism awareness, and I want to personally thank the panelists of tonight, Japheth and Surtan, all the way from KCKC, Sharon Jepkosgei from KCKC, Vincent Sumbaei from Kansas City, and Dr. Ruthie Saina here from Dallas, Texas, for lending their voices and experiences to help us better understand what it means to support and raise neurodiverse children in our homes and in the community. This evening is not just about listening. Gotabgaa is not about listening. It's only. Are you ready to learn? It's about connecting. You cannot hear me? It's about learning, it's about connecting, and it's growing together as Gotabgaa family. So let's stay present, participate fully, and carry the love lessons that we gain tonight into our daily lives. As part of our leadership as the president of Gotabgaa International, I had said that we as Gotabgaa will be practicing inclusivity in our community. And this is part of preparing ourselves to have session continue. So thank you all of us, and let's begin this session. Reverend Dan Korir, are you on? Reverend Dan Korir.
Yes, Madam President Jano. I am on. I'm not sure if everybody can hear me.
Yes, we can. I will pin you on so that I can have you on the screen. How is Ushindi International?
We are doing well. The beginning of 2025. We are out to grow and expand our boundaries. And I think Gotabgaa is here doing the same. We are having programs that we never had before. And you are fulfilling our mission directly. Yes. So let me take this moment to thank the leadership of Gotabgaa, Madam President, the entire board, your leadership. Thank you for what you are doing for our community. Thank you for bringing us together. I believe the voice that you are providing for different conversational topics will go a long way, bringing us together and bringing in awareness. And earlier on in the week, when Madam President asked me to share today, I was asking God, how can I bring a message that will be in alignment with the topic of the moment? And the Lord put in my heart this word about bridging the gap. So let me say thank you so much. Let me also thank the men of God who are here, Pastor Sammy. Thank you so much for your prayers and for being there also even at this moment. I know there might be other pastors who might be coming in along the way. But what a proud moment to be able to stand together as a community, to be able to stand together as Gotabgaa and as our Kalenjin community. We want to bless God because He's giving us voices, different voices from different states, from different professions and different ideologies, and we want to thank God. I want to pray and urge that we keep continuing with this conversation. Nonetheless, I'm not out to give an advice, but let me just read a scripture that God put in my heart for this moment. It is in the book of 2 Samuel. 2 Samuel, I'll read quite a long verse from verse 1, chapter 9, verse 1 to maybe around verse 9, 10 there. So let me give you a few moments to look it up as
I don't know how big. I don't know.
just a few moments as you get the verse. And it says, and now David said, is there still anyone who is left of the household?
Sorry, Pastor Dan, I think I muted you by mistake. Somebody was coming in, I muted. I'm so sorry. Unmute yourself. I cannot unmute you. You're still muted. I am so sorry. I am so sorry about that.
Okay, you can all hear me now? So 2 Samuel chapter 9, and from verse 1 to around verse 10. It says, now David said, is there still anyone who is left of the house of Saul, that I may show him kindness for Jonathan's sake? And there was a servant of the house of Saul whose name was Ziba. So when they had called him to David, the king said to him, are you Ziba? He said, at your service. Then the king said, is there not still someone of the household of Saul to whom I may show the kindness of God? And Ziba said to the king, there is still a son of Jonathan who is lame in his feet. So the king said to him, where is he? And Ziba said to the king, indeed, he is in the house of Machi, the son of Amiel, in Lo-debar. Then King David sent and brought him out of the house of Machi, the son of Amiel, from Lo-debar. Now, Mephibosheth, the son of Jonathan, the son of Saul, had come up to David. He fell on his face and prostrated himself. Then David said, Mephibosheth. And he answered, here is your servant. So David said to him, do not fear, for I will surely show you kindness for Jonathan, your father's sake. And I will restore to you all the land of Saul, your grandfather, and you shall eat bread at my table continually. Then he bowed himself and said, what is your servant that you should look upon such a dead dog? He called himself a dead dog. And the king called to Ziba, Saul's servant, and said to him, I have given to your master's son, all that belonged to Saul and to all his house. Let me say a prayer. Father, in the name of Jesus, I want to bless you. I want to thank you for this moment, even to allow us to have this conversation today about being able to have a better understanding of our situations and being able to bridge the gap between where we are and where we are going. Lord, I want to honor you and I want to bless you even as you speak to us. May I speak that which comes from you, O God. I bless you in Jesus' name. Amen. So I'm not going to spend too much time speaking the things that are so far out of here, but just to put us in perspective, we know King Saul was the first king of Israel. And we know King David took over from King Saul as the king of Israel. On the other hand, King Saul had a son. His name was Jonathan. And the Bible says that they were very, very close friends. And even to some point, at some point, the Bible says that the heart of Jonathan was connected to the heart of David in such a powerful way. And then it continues, the Bible continues to say at some point down the line, King Saul died, and then following that, Jonathan died, and that family just disintegrated like that. Now you would wonder why this is coming in. God is telling me to remind us that there are things that God does in our lives for a reason. There are people that God brings our way for a reason. And there are things that don't just happen because it is an accident. And one of them is what we are seeing in the reflection of this story of Mephibosheth and King David. Now, you can bring it back home to us and say that you are not where you are by accident. You can put it back to us and say you are not even in America by accident. And this is where there's a lot of anxiety. There's a different administration, and how are things going to be? And there is that kind of anxiety as to what will happen next. Sometimes you might have, anxiety as to how did you end up where you are? How did you end up marrying the person you married? How did you end up having, 3 children instead of 1 child, or 3 children instead of 8 children, or whatever? How did it happen? So,
Same mistake, Pastor Dan.
So we put ourselves in a place where we are questioning our journey. We are questioning our connections. We are questioning a lot of things all around us. And this is why we are here today, to put this in perspective and tell ourselves that in the eyes of God, you are not an accident. In the eyes of God, things do not happen just like that. They happen because of a reason. And I want to pray that as we get to share this, we will get to see where the gap is and how we can bridge it. Sometimes we have emotional downsides. Sometimes we have physical downsides. Sometimes we have financial downsides. We have situations that happen in life. This is what happened to this family of King Saul. Can you imagine a whole king who at some point, was the most powerful man in the land, the richest person in the land, and the family just is integrated like that to the point that his grandchildren now, in the case of this Mephibosheth, he became homeless. And not only that, he became landless, as you can see at the end of verse 8, where David is telling him, I'm going to give you back your land. And we can see at the beginning that he wasn't even living in his own home. He was living in somebody else's house. So this is the true reflection of what can happen even in this country. We say life happens. Today you are a CEO, tomorrow you are jobless. Today you are a manager, tomorrow you don't have a house. Today you have this, tomorrow you don't have that. And this is the illustration that God is trying to bring us to get to an understanding of, where can we come in? As a community, I believe this is a very good and an excellent platform that we've used so many times. People lose loved ones, people lose, jobs, people sometimes have issues with, immigration statuses, and we come in to bridge the gap. And I think this is this is where that reflection comes in. So, in spite of the fact that King David had lost his friend who had bonded with him so strongly, Jonathan had become such a great friend of Jonathan of David, that the Bible says that he was so loyal and so selfless, to the point that at some point when they were parting ways, they cried before each other. In 1 Samuel chapter 20 and verse 41, the Bible says that they cried because they were great friends. And how many of us have lost great friends? How many of us have lost great relationships? How many of us have lost great opportunities, big and successful businesses and things like that? And somehow life happens and we end up in a situation where we are like this man, Mephibosheth. But the good news is that somehow, God raises people to come along to remind us that our story did not end where we thought it ended. Sometimes, we got to remind ourselves that this is not just a valley, but it is just a bridge that God is going to use to take you down to the other side. And an excellent example is how King David comes in and bridges the gap for this man who not only is lame, but is homeless and is landless. He has a lot of things that are not working in his favor. We have people in our communities who are in one way like that. They may not be homeless, they may not be landless, but they could be going through something. They could be going through a situation. And this is where we come in to bridge the gap. Towards the end of this talk, I'm going to kind of highlight a few areas that I believe we can use to complete the difference, to make the difference. I see David coming in as the man of the moment for this man. Can you imagine someone who didn't have a house, and all of a sudden he is not just living in a house, but he's living in the palace? Who at one time did not have enough food or did not even have a piece of land, but all of a sudden he has enough for himself. I believe if there was a wheelchair, David may have said, this guy is lame, let us provide a wheelchair for him. This guy may not have had someone to wheel him around, but David said, this guy has to have someone to bring him to the table so that we can have, a royal family table together. And David said, you are going to eat at my table from now continually. Beautiful story. And how many of us are able to make someone smile like the way he has done, like the way David has done for this gentleman? How many of us are in a place where you can stand up for someone who is not able to do it for himself? In fact, it's very intriguing to know that this gentleman did not have any expectation. He did not know. David had to go looking for him. He says, where is the man from the family of Saul that I can show God's mercy to? I want to show the kindness of God to someone from the family of Saul. Why? Number one, because of his friend Jonathan. So a lot of times our friendship will go a long way, not just be to us, but it will go a long way even to our children and even the ones after. Can you imagine? If I can compare David and Jonathan. I'm not David, Jonathan and King Saul, and there are huge parallels together. But still, David had to say, I have to remember someone. And this is the prayer in my heart, that God may remember somebody today. This is the prayer in my heart, that God may remember someone who is forgotten today. Have you been to a place where you are standing out and somebody out of nowhere comes in and shows you some sort of compassion just because you look like you are lost, you don't know where, you don't even know which gate you are going to, you don't even know which door to knock on, you don't even know who to talk to, and you are just standing and somebody comes and say, hey, how can I help you? And that happens to be the person that you need at the moment. This is what David did. I see another great example in the life of Moses. The Bible says that when he was born, the it was born during the time when Pharaoh was saying, I don't want any child who is younger than 2 years to be alive, any boy who is younger than 2 years to be alive. So soldiers had to be going from house to house, hunting for babies who are helpless, hunting for children who have no voice for themselves, looking for children who just have a mistake of being born male. And Pharaoh hunted every child from every house. Somehow his mother hid him for a while. In fact, the Bible says he hid him for 3 months. And after 3 months, he was like, what can I do here? I can't keep hiding this child because every 3 hours, a soldier is showing up at my house. What happens if they come and the baby is crying and they will just capture him and take him away? But somehow we have to remind ourselves that in one way or the other, God had a plan for this young boy, Moses. The problem was what was in between. The problem was he was born at the time when somebody is standing on the way. Pharaoh was standing on the way. And God put in this woman the idea to do something very, very brave. And she knit together a manger and put some reeds together and knit it and put some tar and make sure it was waterproof and drove the baby to the river. And God brought another great connection, another gap that was very essential in the name of the daughter of Pharaoh, who comes in and becomes what Moses needed at that time, and becomes what Moses needed to be able to fulfill what God had for him. I think in a way, God is reminding me that there are people that we will always need for us to get where we are going. There are people who will show up for us to get to where we are going. And in the case of Moses, this is in Exodus chapter 2. In the case of Moses, this woman shows up. And not only does she care for Moses, she even goes to hire his own mother to come and watch the baby. She used her position to nurture the child, to complete the divine mission that God had for him. I think some of us are walking in that path, that you get to where you are and you look back and you're like, so how did I get here? And then you can list the number of, unexpected moments that happened along the way, and you see surely there is the hand of God in this. This is a very good example that we see in the life of this man, Moses, and the young lady from the family of Pharaoh. She came, and not only was the bridge that Pharaoh was trying to destroy, she came and rebuilt it and made sure that not only Moses grew up in royalty, not only Moses grew up in the house of Pharaoh, but he was fed until he became the high priest in Egypt at the time. The men and women who come in to bridge the gap on of where you are and where God wants you to go. And we can go on and on and on. Very beautiful stories that we know in Scripture. Very beautiful stories that God is telling us that there are people who will come in and they will accomplish the mission that God has for us. Another beautiful story is the one of the paralytic in John chapter 5. The man who was paralyzed, and somehow, Jesus was in the house and he was preaching, and it so happened that there was no way they could get this man to Jesus. So 4 men, align themselves and say, we have to get this man to Jesus in one way so that he can be healed. So they put themselves together and they went and they found that they could not be able to access in John chapter 5. And somehow they went on top of the roof and tore the roof apart and drove the man, put a basket, put him in a bed and put him and drove him down to Jesus. And the Bible says that Jesus told them, your faith has made him whole. Now, here is the beautiful thing. This man who was paralyzed did not do anything. The men of the moment are actually the people who carried him. The men of the moment are the people who went and tore the roof together and who put together a bed and who put the ropes and drove him down to where Jesus was until he received his miracle. And I want to believe that God, in a way, is using the same to accomplish this mission for us. God is using the same people who are placed strategically on our way so that God can accomplish his mission for us. And what a nice way to know that there are people who are not able to speak for themselves. Just like this man was not able to carry himself. What a nice way to know that there are people who are not able to accomplish things on their own. Somehow we need someone to stand by our side, to cheer us on, to encourage us, to pray for us, to hold our hands, and to carry us along. You know, they may have authority of some kind. They may have some capabilities that we don't have. They may have some abilities that we are not able to have. And that is why it is always good to know that when God has empowered you, has given you what someone else doesn't have, it is good to use it for their good. Use the gift that God has given you for the good of others. Use the ability that God has given you for the good of others. Use the intellect that God has given you for the good of others. Use the resources that you have for the good of others. Use every ability, every strength that God has given you for the good of others. I can guarantee us that it will come a long way. Just like it did for Jonathan. He was good to David for no reason. David did not pay him. David did not give him anything. David did not solicit for anything. But the Bible says that God connected them. And he stood by David in spite of where he was. Now, there are many of us who sometimes you are down, and instead of somebody helping you, they come and put their feet on your neck to hold you back down. There are some of us who are not able to stand up on their own, but instead of helping them, you are stepping them on their own. You are stepping on their on their necks, holding them down. And the challenge here is, how can we become a voice for those that don't have a voice? The final story I want to just cover here is the story of a man who was paralyzed for 38 years. A man who the Bible says was paralyzed in the gate called Bethesda. And the Bible says that this man, you know, every occasionally the angel will come and stir up the water. Let me read that in John chapter 5 here. I hope I can find it real quick. John chapter 5. So the man who healed at the pool of Bethesda, the Bible says, after this, there was a feast of the Jews, and Jesus went up to Jerusalem. Now there is in Jerusalem by the sheep gate, a pool, which is called in Hebrew Bethesda, having 5 porches. In this lay a multitude of sick people, blind, lame, paralyzed, waiting for the moving of the water. For an angel went down at a certain time into the pool and stirred up the water. Then whoever stepped in first after the stirring of the water was made well of whatever disease he had. Now, a certain man was there who had an infirmity for 38 years. When Jesus saw him lying there and knew that he already had been in the condition for a long time, he said to him, "Do you want to be made well?" Then he answered, "Sir, I have no man to put me into the pool when the water is stirred up. But while I am coming, another man steps in." Now, what is the story here? This man is complaining, saying, "I have nobody to hold my hand." He is crying and saying, "I have been here for 38 years, and there has been no one to help me out. Everyone that passes by just looks at me, smiles, and waves, and moves along. Everyone that comes just comes and finishes their business and go. There was someone who may have been 20 years, came in, got healed, and went. But somehow for me, I have no man to carry me. I have no one to hold my hand. I have no one to put me into the pool. I have no one to intercede for me. I have no one to encourage me. My feet, I'm not able to walk. I have no one to help me along." I'm sure this is the story of many people. That is why we have lots of suicide cases. We have lots of drug abuse. We have lots of things that people are going through because they don't have anyone to hold their hands. because they don't have anyone to stand by them, because they don't have anyone to be there for them when they need someone to be there for them. So I guess the question that we can ask is, how can we accomplish this for us? How can we accomplish this in our community? In some communities, they have ways in which they can help one another. They can help their weak to be strong. They can help their children to find their way forward. They can help those that are going through situations to come out of it. So you would say, out of every situation, there is always someone who will see it. Out of every situation, there is someone who will see it and say, I have to do something. And out of every situation, there is someone who will say, I will be the first to take the step forward. And Jesus, didn't have to let this guy get into the pool, but he said, I have a word for you. Rise up and take up your bed and walk. The Bible says that he was healed from that instant on. So here are some of the things I have in mind that I believe we can, as a community, take. Even I believe as the panelists are coming in, I'm sure they will identify some of these methods as well. Number one, I believe you can identify an individual, a group that you can show kindness to, just the way David did. You can identify a child that needs someone to talk to because they are lonely. You can identify a neighbor who needs a ride because they cannot drive to work or they cannot drive to the store. You can identify a neighbor who is asking for help, even to need someone to walk there, to cut their grass in the neighborhood. If you happen to go back to Kenya, you might find a parent who is burdened. You might find your age mate who grew up with you and they need help. And the only help that they can have is probably from you. And some of us will go home, they put on big goggles and they speak on big English and they just leave them aside and it's like you never knew them. So identify a way in which you can be of help to someone. Number two, I believe we can also, out of the stories that I have seen here, I've shared tonight, I've talked about Moses, who was a child, not able to fend for himself. I've talked about the paralyzed man who did not have a way of getting to Jesus. I have talked about Mephibosheth, who was also, the Bible says he was lame. He wasn't able to, to fend for himself, not even to fight for the land that belonged to his father. I have talked about the paralyzed man who was paralyzed for 30 years. All of them, they had some kind of a disability. So David found a way that he could use his authority to help this man. Maybe we can also find a way, that we can also be inclusive, come up with strategies to help those who are weak, come up with ways in which we can be there for those who are not able to be there for themselves. Someone is sick, find a way, make dinner and drop it at the door. Someone is not able to go to the hospital because they have this and that, and you find a way to be there and help them to accomplish that mission. Visit that old lady. Earlier on in the week, I saw this lady who is a YouTuber, and she found an old lady who was a drunkard in the village, and she was living in a shackled house who had holes everywhere. And she used her influence and built her a decent house. Maybe this can also be one for us, or for you as an individual, to find a way in which you can bridge the gap for someone who is not able to. And much more than that, even being able to speak for those who cannot speak for themselves. God has always, all throughout the generations, been able to be the voice of the voiceless. He has always found a way to stand up for those who cannot stand up for themselves. He has a way for speaking up for those who are not able to speak up for themselves. He has a way to come in for those who are falsely accused of this and that and the other one. And maybe God can also help you as a community, help us as a community to be able to say no one is going to be left behind. No one is going to be, left behind. We are going to be there for them and for each other no matter what. And much more than that, be that friend that can be counted on. Be that neighbor that we can say we are proud as a community to know that you are there. Be that challenging that we can say as a community, we are glad you are a part of us. Let's pray. Father, we bless you. We thank you for this moment. We thank you for encouraging us tonight, speaking to us, guiding us, and challenging us, oh God. We bless you even for these friends that have come tonight. Father, may your name be glorified as you continue to facilitate this process of discussion tonight. We invite you to be our God, our guide, and our present helper. We love you and we bless you. In Jesus' mighty name I pray. Amen. Thank you so much, Madam President. Over to you.
Amen. Thank you, Dan, for the word. Thank you for teaching us on different lessons on where others were bridging the gap on behalf of others. I know that we are about to go to the next session, but before we do that, is there any prayer request? Real quick, if there's anyone who needs prayer request, Reverend Dan, I might not let you go. If you have a pen and a paper, somebody unmutes and needs prayer request, that will be really amazing. If you need a prayer request, we can use the next 5 to 10 minutes, and then we start the next session. Anybody who needs prayers, and if there's any pastors from the spiritual team, to just say hi. Any prayer request? I see amens, and anybody who needs prayers? I guess that everybody is doing well. Let me check on the other apps. Everybody's doing fine. So if there is no prayer request, thank you, Reverend Dan. We appreciate you. Pass our love and regards from Gotabgaa International to the church. I pray that may the Lord continue to use you all. And as we start the next session, I'm trying to get this going. My panelists should be there. And I see, yes, there we are. Let me bring them forward. Without further ado, we have on my screen, I see Ruthie Saina. I will pin her up. There is Ruthie. I see Japheth and Surtan. Oh, I can pin one person at a time. So I guess I will start and give it to Japheth to lead us in the next session to introduce the panelists. Welcome, Susan and Japheth Surtan. Karibuni sana, and thank you. You all look fabulous. How about your shirt here, Japheth? This time around in Gotabgaa, we are wearing African attire. Welcome to the next session. Karibu.
Asante sana, Madam President. Can you guys hear us loud and clear?
Yes. Yes.
Can you even hear that little sound going on down here? The music, nothing? Yeah. All right.
You want me allow? Do you want me to allow you to play something?
Not yet. Let's get started. Started and welcome. Karibuni sana. Karibuni. I see we have a good attendance, but guess what? You can still share this. Welcome someone who is not here, who needs to be here. This is the night. First of all, I want to take this moment to thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Gotabgaa International Leadership Team, for an excellent job that you guys are doing, the board. And I know that this is not possible without the support of the members. So I want to say, Uraboktigei. Gumurabaji. Uraboktigei again. Yes. So I don't know where you've been, but if you've been to these sessions, it's been excellent. Madam President, the house has always been on fire. We are tuning in every now and then. We're not missing any of the sessions. So we had several sessions. I just want to acknowledge those that have happened in the past. We had the series with the international students led by AB Talk and Isli Kanya. That was really good, followed by Zadok and relationship and dynamics. How about that? That was a full house, right? That was, everybody showed up. We were excited and very passionate about that conversation. And when we were done with that, Madam President, I know you are keeping track of everything we've done. We had another session with Dr. Sumbaei, which obviously that was a very important session. How many of us know that we've gone through stuff in our life and we need to be able to open up and actually visit those areas of pain so that we can heal and be able to move forward. So tonight, this is another special session. I want to tell you guys, we're excited about this session. We are excited about this session because it means so much to us. As a panelist here, I'll give everybody a chance to introduce themselves, and but also our members are passionate about this conversation. So I'm gonna go ahead. I know everybody was wondering, who is this lady? This is my beautiful wife. I think I did so well, don't you think, Madam President? All right, let us say something so at least people can hear our voice.
Hi, everybody. My name is Susan Surtan. I'm glad to be here tonight so that we can all share together the love of our children. So I'm not going to take too much time. I will just pass it on so that we can continue on. And I will just...
Jebola is talking. Thank you, Jebola.
Okay, yeah.
All right. As you can see, she gave me all the speaking in our household. But thank you so much, sweetheart, for being here and for being my #1 supporter here and also #1 advocate for children with special needs. So thank you so much. Now, I want to introduce the team, and I want to say something here before we do the introduction. We are not, specialists. We are not by any means professionals that we can say, I have a degree on this or that. But what we bring to the table, I tell you, is the passion. And no matter what profession these people are doing in this panel, my wife here, she didn't mention she's a nurse. I'm a software engineer by profession, but importantly, I love children. And so I want to give opportunity to the rest of the panelists to introduce themselves. And you can hear this. Once they do the introduction, we're going to go through the program. So thank you so much. I want to give this opportunity to Dr. Ruthie, and then we can continue with the introductions.
Thank you, Kongwe. First, I want to say hello, everybody. Oh, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Chamge Gotabgaa. Alen ane achame amu kimi ki Gotabgaa Kalenjin. Ko amache awekchi kongoi Jehovah akobo this opportunity. I'm very thankful. I'm honored to be here as part of this panelist discussion. And thank you, Madam President, for this opportunity to be here tonight. So like you heard, my name's Ruthie Saina. First, I'm a wife, be 25 years this year with the love of my life. I am also a mom of 3 beautiful kids. We've been blessed with 2 boys and 1 girl. and one more that will hopefully adopt in the near future. And then also I'm a pharmacist by profession. I'm a doctor of pharmacy in pediatrics. I focus my on that line for it's coming up 18 years this year. And I have several different passions. I'm passionate about preventative care, and I'm passionate about autism. I'm passionate about just advocating and being there for our children. Our oldest is on the autism spectrum, and so our journey for with autism has been almost 10 years, 10 plus years. He's 13 years today. So we've been in this journey for quite some time. So I come here not as a professional, but as a parent to, to share my journey and just to dialogue and just let this be a discussion. So that's it about me. And I'm excited. I'm looking forward to tonight. I'm fired up. I'm ready to see how tonight goes. So thank you again.
Thank you very much. That was really good. Vincent, Karibu. I'm just going on the screen. It looks like you guys are lined up.
Okay, my name is Vincent. Last name is Sumbaei. I'm based in Kansas City. Currently, I am the Vice President of Gotabgaa International. If you haven't met me, this is me. And then, I don't know, career-wise, I'm a safety engineer. I work for Amazon. And then experience-wise, Kipi, come here. I have 19 years. Come here. Come here. Come say hi here. So this gentleman here, say hi, Kippy.
Hi.
Hey, Kippy.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm 19 years old.
Awesome. It's good to see you, Kippy.
Okay.
Okay. So yeah, Kippy, that's my experience. That's my son. His name is Kippy. He's turning. When is your birthday, Kippy?
April 26th.
How will you be?
20.
20 years old. So in a few days, this month, Kippy is going to be turning 20 years old. So I have 20 years experience of raising a child with special needs. That's all about me.
Awesome. Kosi, welcome.
Thank you very much. My name is Kosi. I am a teacher, and I've been teaching for the last 9 years. I'm a wife, and I have an 11-year-old. My passion is in all special education. I have worked with students with autism. I have worked with students with Down syndrome. I have worked with students with all kinds of disabilities. I am an advocate. I'm here to talk about how we can help these children when it comes to their IEPs, their evaluations, their behavior intervention. And I have so much passion, and thank you for all the organizers for putting this together. And thank you for all the panelists for all the work you've put together, bringing things together so we can communicate to our community. Thank you so much. And I am so ready for this talk time with everybody.
All right. Thank you so much, Kosi. And ladies and gentlemen, I also want to introduce to you my daughter. And before I do that, I want to tell you also why we're here. You know, as she prepares our camera there, we also, oh, Kelsey, I see you are on. All right, welcome. Can you... All right. So I wanted to introduce Kelsey, and Kelsey, I call her my daughter because we forged a special bond, a special relationship with Kelsey. We happened to meet through some interesting circumstance, and I wanted to say, I say interesting because it was special. Kelsey was a specialist that helped us with our son, Jared. For those of you who remember our son, our late son, Jared Surtan, is the reason why we are here today also, because as a family, we found ourselves in that environment, raising a child with special needs. And this is a place where you never leave once you are invited to it. And through that, we met Kelsey, who was visiting our home to help us to running the programs. And from there, it has become history. She's become part of us. And we walked the journey together. I almost get emotional talking about that. And so, Kelsey, thank you so much for willing to jump in and just meet our community. This is our Kalenjin community here. It's a ton of us here. And so I wanted to just give you an opportunity to introduce yourself, and then we can continue.
Jambo. Did I do that right?
Jambo.
Hi, I'm Kelsey. I like Jay and Susan said, they call me their daughter from another mother for obvious reasons. But yeah, I worked in their home very closely for many years. Got the opportunity to know their family very well. And at the time I was in college getting my degree in behavior analysis, working evenings in their home. And then I went on to get my degree in behavior analysis and therapy. So I'm currently a board certified behavior analyst, and has worked as an early interventionist, a behavior specialist, and an autism specialist in the public school settings since. So we've maintained our relationship. I'm also a mother. I have 2 children that are 6 and 8, one of which is also on the spectrum. So I navigate that as a parent as well in the school settings and in the community. And Jay called me last night and said, "Hey, are you available?" And of course I am. So that's the kind of relationship we have, where we're just here when we need each other, can call on each other whenever to help. So happy to be here tonight.
Thank you so much, Kelsey. I think this will take our special chapatis and something else to make sure, because you were able to join us on a short notice. So thank you so much.
Chapati, chai, and mandazi will be in
Okay, perfect. The order has been taken in. And Kelsey, just know that I might be switching between Kalenjin and English, but just know all of our conversation here is trying to figure out how we can contextualize and actually bring up this conversation on special autism awareness. So, Konyo, last year we had a chance to have a day like this, and I think that went a long way. Today, I want us to actually go back again and start, because some of you might not have been here during that conversation. As a matter of fact, I want to ask you a situation. And have you been in a community setting, in a place, and noticed something that looks slightly off, or something with the children in a community? And what have you done in situations like that? I know what we do because I've seen it. Netai, let me describe it. Netai, we just look. Agegere lakwe tap chito. Agegere jito go bariye lakwe. Kegere jito go maybe tinye lakwe tagang anan going. Ananga awa go him lakwa na tangnya. The first thing we see, kigere lakwa na tang ngavigere lakwe tagile nu ni magine lakwa ni gumi. You know? Anan ngalyo tagang kegere lakwe tagile. Hey, and the worst of all, community. How many of us, you know, how many of us say that word? And you know what that means? You know, what does that mean to our children who are neurodiverse? What does it mean? I hope that in our conversation tonight, that you get to a point where I hope that we turn people that stare, and we turn them into people that can help us in respite care. I hope that we can turn those of us that look at children in our community setting, again, from just looking to being an army that can assist. Can we do that? You know, if you are in a community setting, how many of us open the door? Because sometimes kumagi buati ge lara ka yo not lakwana da muti yat ko get gi mete lakwet da bi komanda amenge ni le lakwana ta ko ni de ni tarete. Okay, so I want us to have this conversation. What can we do? Last year, I think when we were talking about this, I think dreams and ambitions. You know, Kakamwa pastor in Moses and how Moses was rescued. There's a question about when Moses was told to go and be the one who was going to free the children of Israel. The first thing Moses said was like, "But Lord, anended ko we continue, anended ko we are slow." Moses, that is the first thing Moses said to God. But God used Moses. You know, so community ko ajek tugul ko ngisije jita lako nengu itinye ibwati le yetu lakwani you know, imejo go engineer, imejo go ne pilot, imejo whatever it is that you want your kid to be. And then there is that story of all of a sudden ita ugiri le kalia lakwen guyoma gumano me araka gume subitu keke moja na enangne. And what do you do in that case? I even joined with Pastor Bore, Dr. Bore, when he was talking about disappointment, you know, disappointment. For the rest of your life. So, without any further delay, I'm open. This is not going to be a one-way conversation. I hope that this is going to be an engagement. You know, a metal sharpens iron sharpens iron, right? So so I want to move us to the next session, which was, what is this autism? What is it? So that we can begin the next session.
I guess, Japheth, before we go to that one, I guess there's one word that you forgot to use that our people use. Naglian magararan.
Oh, yes. Oh,
so
yes.
When you talk about kararan, what is kararan? Kararan is something smart, right? Something beautiful. So just look at how you define somebody's child by saying magararan. What does that mean to you? When it comes out of your mouth, as you're defining somebody's child, like then magararani, what does that? I guess that's the only thing that I just wanted to make sure that as we think about it, you know, we are currently in a place where we also need to watch our words on what we say and how we say it. Some words sometimes is they are juggling something like that. So like it's easy when you say when it's far, but when it gets close and hits home, then you realize that, you know what, you need to even, you know, depend on some of the words that we use. So I guess one of the things that as a community I will ask for us is to start really looking at the words, the choice of words that we use, and really try to think about labels and make sure that those labels are things that we take them away from our community, and make sure that we have an inclusive community. We have people, this is a good opportunity for us to come together, and this is going to help us sensitize us as a community to have an acceptance and really be there as a resource and not pointing fingers, because you know, some of us didn't ask God to give us kids with autism, but we are blessed as parents to have kids with special needs, because as you know, God so fit for us to have those kids, and it was not a mistake. That's all I can say.
I also want to chime in on that, where we as Kalenjin, we say, mangom la kwetap kapsianjo. That is not acceptable. Who determines ngom ngo kumangom ngo? Who determines who is smart? Who determines who is normal and who is not normal? So let's be very inclusive.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that contribution. I'm reminded of a situation where somebody said something similar to me, and it wasn't, they didn't mean it in a bad way, but also it just came out the same You know, you know, it just touches you in a wrong way. So it's something that we should be aware and so you know, give me question, you know, by the way, how many of us found ourselves in this place again you guys school? How many of us in the fucking lot ya itinya Mercedes and then itinya whatever you are driving agi kuria gari nata agi barbari bungu ako gari nata kwa muiribe pick itinya special name you know. So anyway, karibu Kosi, give us the definition. What is it? Our, you know, what is this autism thing that we're talking about?
So autism is neurodevelopmental disorder. So with this disorder, it causes the changes in the brain. People with autism have issues when interacting with the world. It affects how they see, how they touch, how they taste, and how they hear things. The world can be too bright for them. The world can be too loud for them. Things that touch their skin can be overwhelming, or things can also feel really, really good, like spinning, humming. You hear a child humming. They like to tap. You hear tap, tap. They love to do that. It can also affect them on how they understand emotions of others. It may be very difficult to understand the intentions of others. It makes it so difficult for them to read the body language. They also tend to see things very literally. If you say it's raining cats and dogs outside, your child will go to the window and look, expecting to see dogs and cats raining down from the sky. Autism can also make it more difficult to speak and understand languages. Sometimes they cannot speak at all. So one of the things we need to realize, 1 in every 44 children is diagnosed with autism in the United States. It affects almost 4 times as many boys than girls. So honestly, what I recommend to our community, let's watch, there's a cartoon called Pablo on Netflix. It's all from the kids' perspective, and it's pretty good example of early life autistic experience. So the minute you see such symbols, you need to seek help immediately, seek intervention. Having autism is not the end of the world. It's the beginning of a love and loving that child and understanding autism.
Man, you couldn't ask to be articulated well, and you nailed it. I want to go to Kelsey to see what she has to say about that. Just a quick, how we would define it.
Yeah, I think she did a really great job of describing it, but I think of a couple things. I put it in the chat is, you know, is just because they learn different, they see the world different, doesn't make them any less, and just different, not less. And then that the world needs all kinds of minds, because, and Temple Grandin is another movie that I would recommend. It's on Amazon. She's has autism. She's in her 70s and a professor at Colorado State University. And she has become very successful. She didn't speak until she was 4, but through early intervention and her mom advocating for her, she's become very successful as a worldwide speaker and autism advocate. So I can put that in the chat too. And I think just knowing that just because they don't talk or they don't talk doesn't mean that they're not of average or above intelligence. They have something to say. They might just say it in a different way. And I think that's our job, is to help them figure out how to find their voice. Because I think a lot of people assume that just because they can't speak or they hum or they spin or this, that they might not be of average intelligence. But I try to think about it as a lot of times they're just trapped in their brain and their body, and they don't know how to communicate. So it should be our job to assume competent or presume competence in them and speak and have the same expectations of them as anybody else would. We just might have to teach them
When I
different.
enlighten, what about autism? And then,
Continue.
I think you're good. I think
Okay.
that was just what I was just going to say about average intelligence, and just because they can't speak doesn't mean they don't have something to say, or it's not indicative of their intelligence levels.
Mm.
And to even add to what Kelsey is saying, and Kelsey, I remember you so well when you used to take care of Jared. At that time, you're such a little girl. And now it's so nice to hear you and to see that you follow that passion and advocating for children with autism. To add to that, we do have so many celebrities who have autism and they have made it in life. You look at Bill Gates is one of them. Look at Elon Musk is one of them. So we do have people. Don't look at a child with autism and you think that's the end of their world. That's just, they may not communicate the way we communicate, but they will make it in life. They need our support. We need to be inclusive in our own homes. We need to make sure you go to an IEP and make sure they are included. Mainstream your children. You have to talk in those IEPs. Do not go to the IEP. I know in Kenya, we didn't question a teacher. In the US, you have to question. You have to add so many things for your child and say, hey, I want this to be given to my child. I want services to be added to my child. I want fine motor skills, gross motor skills. You want occupational therapy, you want speech therapy. So remember to go to an IEP and advocate for your child.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We are just talking of defining and just what is that experience? So I want to come to the rest of the panelists also. How would you define it? And don't be afraid to contextualize it in what you've seen, in your experience yourself. What have you seen? And because it's one thing to have the academia of autism, and it's the other thing to be a parent. So karibu, Dr. Ruth.
Okay, so I just wanted to add to the definition. One thing that is really important to know is that it's also known as a spectrum. So what that means is that if you have met one child with autism, you have not met all of them. So every child or every individual that has autism, it comes in like all the characteristics or that were described earlier by Kosi or Kelsey are different. You might meet one individual that may struggle with communication, and then another individual that talks, has no issues with communication, but then they have other challenges in the form of maybe sensory issues or social. So I just wanted to add to that that in itself doesn't mean that we know that one person that has autism is just because of they can talk, or maybe they don't have eye contact, or just the labels that we've built out there. So that's what I wanted to add.
Thank you. Kelsey, I saw Benson. Thank you for bringing him on. To add to what you guys are saying, I work with a lot of people that are professionals, and autism does not limit you. It does not cap on your abilities. Some of them are programmers, engineers, and all they talk about is what they need. We have in April, we have Autism Awareness Month, and we also have a panel just like this. And in those sessions, they just talk about their experience and what we need to do to be inclusive, even in a work environment. So Vincent, karibu, man.
Thank you. I guess on my end, just to add to that is, when I came to this country, I didn't know what autism was all about, right? It's until I had my son and, and trying and raising him and having delayed speech. And I was wondering, what's wrong. I used to convince and say, oh, maybe it's a language, maybe the mom is American, I'm African, we are confusing the child on the language. And I had a lot of things that I was not agreeing with as a parent, think like, oh yeah, there's no way, right? So with those things come about is really what I really wanted to get to most of the parents, like, hey, you know, early intervention when it comes to autism is very important. And just understanding and knowing the science ahead of time is very, very important. And accepting that you have a child with special needs is very, very important. So if you have a child, and this is when we talk about autism spectrum, you had it's a variety of things. And wherever I'm going to say it doesn't really, I'm just going to say what I saw in my son growing up, and as my son was growing up, right? One thing I saw in my son was my son used to love to watch Martin, and Martin show used to babysit him. So every time I'll turn the TV off for Martin, he will throw a tantrum. And I used to be like, man, my son is grown and enjoys Martin, right? So I never knew that was probably a fixation at that time, that my son, that's all he wanted to watch, right? So one thing about kids with autism is sometimes they get asphyxiated to one thing, right? My son used to love horses. Like he would have a toy of a horse. That's all he wanted to play with, right? So those are some of the things that growing up now, when I look back at those things, you know, and then the other thing was delayed speech. Like it took a long time. My son probably started saying hi and dad and all that when he was around 6 years old. So all that time was things was happening. I thought like, man, maybe I'm not doing much. I should have done this. And then, you know, being the firstborn, I didn't know a lot about when the kids are supposed to start talking, because my son started running when he was young. He was doing everything that he was supposed to do at the right ages. Just the fact that he had a delayed speech, you know, and that's the only thing that I thought. So I guess what I'm saying is this, right, is, you know, as your child is growing up, and most of these schools in America have good programs for early intervention. As you take your child to the doctor, and if they give you feedback, you know, one of the things that I would really appreciate as a parent is you need to take those feedback and really try to make sure that if there's any support that you need for your child, you need to accept it early so that you can get the resources available to help your child. Yeah, I know like for me, where I started my life in Olathe, which is in part of Kansas where Jeff stays. And we used to have a speech therapist come to our house. We had a physical therapist come to the house to work with our son, you know. And those days, as a father, I was like, man, they're just wasting their time. My son is okay. There's nothing wrong with my son, right? And, you know, but my wife at that time was quite consistent trying to do that because she was from here and understood what those resources are. So opening the door and knowing that, you know, there's resources out there and all of it is just for the benefit of your child, I think it's very, very important.
Thank you so much, Vincent. Actually, I like what you did there. We've kind of morphed into a little bit about defining. I want us to move on to what are we've got the stereotype, but also we also need to talk about what do we need to do to accommodate, provide accommodation for that. And we've kind of touched a little bit on stereotype. I just wanted to open it up just one more time. If there are things that we feel as a panel we want to talk about, the stigma and just that area, and then we can talk about accommodation. Dr. Ruthie, you're muted.
Sorry about that. Yeah, so I'm gonna go ahead and touch on stigma. Like what is stigma and the stereotypes that are surrounding autism? In the words of Elaine Hall, it says, it takes a village to raise a child, but it takes a child with autism to raise the consciousness of the village. Let that sink in for a second. So it takes a child with autism to raise the consciousness of the village. So, and what does that mean? The reason I quoted these is because we have so many different thoughts and perceptions, and autism, for fact, has a whole lot of stigma surrounding it. And our stigma is one of the biggest hurdles as that parents or families and individuals with autism face. It can affect so many different areas. And matter of fact, let me just go ahead and define what a stigma is really. So a stigma is a powerful negative feeling of disapproval about something. It's a mark of disgrace or shame. associated with certain circumstances or people. So in this case, you can imagine that's the shame that will be that is marked with autism. It comes with shame. That's what we tend to, or most people tend to think about. And what does that lead to? So when there's shame associated with the diagnosis of autism, it can lead to so many different things. It can lead to discrimination. It can lead to prejudice. It can lead to barriers. And examples of barriers include the individuals or the families that are affected are afraid to come out. They're afraid to seek help. They're afraid to even be associated with it because we have already put a stigma and a shame surrounding it. And then worst of it is the experience, is the negative experience and the well-being that goes on with that. When we talked about how autism is a spectrum. So we have different levels that depending on the severity. We have other individuals or children who you wouldn't even know they have autism. If you meet them, you would not even know that this and this is going on. And you have people talking about them behind their back. People just saying things that because they assume that they don't understand, then those things really affect their well-being and their experience. This leads to social isolation. So going back, names, calling specific examples, and go in cases where maybe a child or an individual is affected by with speech impairment. So Mangaloli, they're not speaking, but they understand. They're very receptive. They understand everything. I would say that my son is very has problems with communication. Mangaloli is not. He can talk. He's not fully conversational. However, he understands everything. He can hear a song once and he'll be singing the entire lyrics. So he's gifted in that extreme. But because someone comes in and assumes that because they're not conversational, they're not talking, then they're talking or speaking behind their back or even talking about them, saying, oh, magararan la kwana ma yametit, and go describe and things like Gotabgaa nama or even speaking in Sigik, defining the parents. So all of those are stereotypes that things that perceptions that people tend to label. So what are some of the other stereotypes that we have about autism? Curse. You know, we have so many different ways that people define why does a child or why does an individual have autism. And then you know, probably maybe something that they did, you know, the blame game about maybe it's something that the parents did, or maybe it's something that they didn't do right. So then it leads to just rude comments and remarks. When we have a child, say, struggling about something in public, you know, a parent that struggles with not being able to control the child. Maybe they're having an issue, a meltdown. When people trying to understand the situation. So we have, you know, a lot of people who may not be aware, making comments or being judgmental, whether by words or even just in Kwanyek. I have, you know, I'm a living example because I've been there where my son acts a certain way. And I can tell by the eyes of the people surrounding me. It speaks volume. Like, you know, I'm being judged. You know, as a parent, you're feeling like you're a failure. You could have done this, but thankfully for me, I'm past that. I'm grateful that I went way beyond that. But I know for a fact that many parents who been in that situation, and you're feeling all the eyes looking at you, you're feeling the judgment, the comments and the rude remarks that are taking place. So those are specific examples of how, some of the stigma plays role. So, and what causes the stigma? It's really hard to tell, but some of the ways, people don't mean to. I've learned to forgive and forget. So I don't take anything personal. If somebody, in my experience with my autism journey as a parent, acts a certain way, I already forgave them, because one of them is there's a lack of understanding. If someone hasn't been in those shoes or hasn't experienced or hasn't been around someone that is affected with autism, some people don't know. So it's just a simple lack of understanding. And then the fear of unknown. They just maybe we know one or two things, and then we don't know the full picture about, how to approach or what to say. Then we just have this, stigma, like, okay, we don't want to mess with them. We don't know how they're gonna act. Maybe they, they're gonna think. So it's just the fear of unknown. And but regardless, a stigma manifests in several different ways. I would say it leads to the discrimination, not just in places of employment as some of the kids grow up and become adults. It can affect, education. In schools, it's so easy for children or individuals affected by autism to be discriminated. If there's opportunities about in sports or just different opportunities in the community, guess what? Because maybe a child is not able to communicate or speak, someone is not going to take or offer them that opportunity. They just automatically assume that they are not able to because they have autism. So then it affects them in their future and their growth. We have social exclusion. It leads to social exclusion. I think this is just huge, because not only does that affect just the individuals, but the family as a whole. So if you already know that people feel a certain way about you, you tend to pull back. You tend to just protect yourself. Just human beings, the way we're wired to protect ourselves. So you tend to just pull back. So when we are doing these things, making these comments or thinking a certain way, whether we know it or we don't know, then it has huge effects. It leads to just different habits or trying to cover up, camouflage. So, and children or adults with autism, they just tend to try to cover up, and it's a lot of work. You can only imagine, just instead of just living your life, you're in a constant state of, I'm just trying to cover up so that people don't think don't think of this and this about me, or I don't make certain people feel this way. That is a lot of work. That is a lot of work on top of what is already being dealt with. And so so the impact of autism as and stigma is just so huge. It's something that as a community, as Gotabgaa, ko nenege kimi yuge ngala setubula girogele. What can we do? What can we make or break this stigma and it create or break the barriers, increase the ways to inclusion. We need to find ways to stop the isolation and the loneliness, and just being able to allow people to be themselves, to come out and seek help. So what are some of the ways that we can help to stop? First is education and awareness. When I look at the numbers and the forum and everyone that has tuned in, education and awareness is number one. Even me, as I continue in this journey, I've been a parent of a child with autism for years. I continue to learn. What do I need to learn more? What can I help other people or other individuals? How can I understand them? How can I break those barriers and the stigmas that are surrounding? So education is number one. if you see something that relates to autism and you're not aware fully in understanding, seek out, talk to other parents who have the experience, seek the professionals, just go into different self-education just to learn more so that you can be better prepared. You can be able to just know the truth from the facts, and we can banish and stop the stigma. We want positive representation. Most of the time in autism is being spoken in light of negative. Yes, there's a lot that comes with it in terms of the challenges. However, we are Tagamwa Kusi or someone from earlier, we have very, very successful individuals and people who have autism. From the aspect of negative, we can turn that into positive. We have individuals that have led successful lives even with it, and use those opportunities. With my son, I continue to learn from him because he's very smart, and then capitalize on the strengths and then of course continue to deal with the challenges. Like acceptance, what can we do to bring light and positivity regardless of the challenge that it speaks. And then of course as I wind up on how we can stop the stigma that is affecting, supporting neurodiversity, really creating opportunities for our children and individuals, adults with autism to be able to integrate, and then promoting empathy and understanding. I know Pastor earlier touched on that when he was talking about how can we be kind. So when we promote the understanding, the empathy and understanding, reaching out to to families and children that are affected and offering to help will be huge. And I think as I summarize, that is really all I got to say. But as a community, we have a long way to go. But I think we are on the right track. We are learning to break the autism and the myths that are surrounding autism. And together we can do this.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That was detailed. I want to thank you so much for taking your time. I always tell people that your eloquence doesn't equate to intelligence. A lot of times people think that because sometimes they can speak really fast or maybe know what they're, it doesn't mean that they can speak on my behalf. You can be eloquent and speak on your behalf, but you cannot be eloquent and speak on my behalf. In the same way, you cannot speak on behalf of kids with special needs. So I wanted us to play something so we can go to the next session, which is accommodation. And then thanks so much for those of you who are posting messages there. We're noting them and moving. And even for discussion points, I could see that we're also posting there. The panelists are also posting there. I also saw that someone had raised their hand, so we will welcome them here shortly. And so, Madam President, am I able to play something?
Yes, sir. I give you the hosting rights.
7, 8, 9.
Take my hand.
I'm not naughty. I'm autistic. And I just get too much information.
Okay. I hope you are able to hear that. And I want to welcome Kasi so we can talk about a little bit of what we experienced in that video. Welcome.
Thank you. So what we saw in that video is what a child with autism is experiencing. Something as simple as drinking, when you're drinking from a straw, what that child is hearing, it's really hurting him. The sensory was too much. The high heels, the coin dropping, the balloon, somebody was blowing a balloon. That is too much sensory for the child. The lighting was too much. So some of the accommodations for hypersensitivity is the lights. What can we do for the lights if you have fluorescent lights in your house? Make sure, guys, make sure you have light covers. You can buy those ones at Amazon. Have your child wear sunglasses if you don't have the light covers, or have your child even wear the hat in the house. It really hurts. You may think it's a behavior, it's not. It is what they hear, what you see, and what I see is very different. When a neurodiverse child sees that it is too much, have them wear earplugs, have them wear headphones. When it's a noisy environment like that, it's so much overload of sensory. Make sure the work spaces in your own house have high doors, high walls, because you don't want the child, when they are in very high, overly stimulated area, they may jump over because it's so much overload you may not understand. We need to also avoid strong scented products. Sometimes we are burning candles, sometimes we are putting too much perfume. It can be so much or too much sensory for your child. Also, make sure you're choosing the food that avoid strong scents to textures, temperatures, or spices. Also, wearing comfortable clothing, soft clothes. Those would be very good for children with autism because some of them are too sensitive on their skin. Adjust the schedule to avoid overcrowded areas. Like that mall was very crowded. You can go very early in the morning when they don't have too many people, or later in the night. But when you go when there's so many people, your child will be overly stimulated. The visuals support for your child is very important. So make sure you have visuals with you, put it in the purse. So your child can communicate to you to say, I need space, or I need an area that is more quiet. Also have your child carry a fidget. You know those spinners? The spinners are very important for the children with autism. Or have them have a chewy, have them have a sensory tool with them. So there's these squeezy things that can be so very important to them, because at that time when the sensory is so much, it's overloading, they need something to hold on. Otherwise, you will have a child throwing a tantrum because of too much sensory that you don't understand, but it's just in them. In your own house.
Necesito vacuum en el lobby. Okay, I got it.
So in your own house, provide a safe and open spaces so your child don't feel trapped. Always make sure you're taking frequent movement breaks throughout the day. That's what we do at school. And I'm hoping in home setting, we are also considering that your child needs a break. Give your child a break many frequent breaks, so that way they're not overloaded with sensory issues. Eating foods with strong flavors or mixtures, sometimes it can be too much sensory for the child. Ensure that you have a weighted blanket.
We may have muted our speaker, the panelist. Kelsey, can you try to unmute yourself? We may have muted you. Kelsey.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. So no, we may have muted you while you are trying. Okay.
Okay. So I don't know where I was, but then I was now going to give the strategies when it comes to accommodation. So some of the strategies is when you're speaking your child, make sure you speak less. Make sure you simplify your language and use keywords. Express one idea at a time. So one-step direction is very important to begin with. So that way you are not confusing your child and causing so much stimulation because they are trying to process the first thing you said. You already told them almost 10 things, and that can cause a lot of behavior issues. Use positive statements. So sometimes we say, don't run. Instead of saying don't run, tell your child, we walk inside. Use statements rather than questions. Come and sit on the mat, or come sit on the couch, rather than saying, can you come and sit on the couch? That is very confusing to your child. Use visual supports. Visuals. Put it on the fridge, put it in the bathroom, put visuals and carry visuals with you. Have your child have visuals. You can use pictures, you can use charts, you can use objects. Less words will really help your child to understand your communication. When we use too much words, it's very overstimulating to them. That's all I have for accommodation, and I know there is so much accommodations that we can use. I want to hear from the panel what we have.
Thank you so much, Kelsey. We'll be going to Kelsey shortly, but you know, in that video, it actually, when I watched that video, you should have felt very uncomfortable to watch it, because that's how it is designed. It's for you to kind of experience what people who have neurodiverse actually how they feel. And so if you looked at watch the video from the beginning, the child had something and they were trying to, he was trying to control and manage, but at some point it just exploded. So I know that I want to be respectful of Kelsey's time, and I just wanted to invite her back. My wife here also will probably say something shortly. So Kelsey, if you can come and maybe describe a little bit of what you saw on that video more, talk to us a little bit about diagnosis and what we could do. Because we have heroes in our community raising children with special need. And I really salute them, and those of us that have embraced the challenge and came out and said, yes, I acknowledge this is my challenge, and they are willing to do it. But a lot of us might still be in a denial stage, or we have no idea what is going on. So I wanted to invite you so you can give us some contribution on that, or how we can get diagnosed, and then also any other information you want to share.
Yeah, I think everything that people have shared has been great. And I think, going off what Kosi said earlier and kind of what Dr. Ruth is that Dr. Kosi said very great suggestions of things that might work, but I think those are things that might work for one child and they might not work for another. They might be true for one child and not the other. So those are all great ideas and things to be aware of, but don't be discouraged if they don't work or if your child doesn't accept them initially. I think working with your specialist are going to be very helpful to, you know, how their sensory systems are. I think that could be a very real situation for that video of what individuals experience that are neurodivergent. And that's, you know, another term we're using in the autism world. It's not autism exclusive. It just means that your brain's wired differently. So it can also include ADHD, anxiety, Tourette syndrome when we're talking about neurodivergent. Your brain just works different. But I think one thing when I, especially working with your family, and I also worked in Olathe, which people have brought up, which is a very diverse neighborhood area of Kansas City, is sometimes language barriers are when parents bring up concerns of their child not talking, is people talk about their language barriers, and maybe it's just because of that, maybe it's just that, but I think really as a parent, you know, in your gut, you have to trust your parent gut to know something's not right. When I take my child here, he looks different, she looks different, she's not doing this and others, and it's not to compare, but to validate your gut that something's not right. So I put in the chat a little bit ago, at your 18-month and 24-month well child visit, which you should be taking your child to for their pediatrician, they will have a survey that they're doing where they're asking questions. Does your child do this? Does your child do that? Does your child do this? And then if you have a certain score or threshold on there, it will raise a, you know, a flag for them to know if there should be some concerns. Certainly a language barrier could contribute to that, but also I think it's your job as a parent to speak up. And again, maybe it's different culturally, but you're in other places where you just trust what the doctor says, trust what the teacher says, but they're very busy people. They have a lot of kids, a lot of people, and they see you for a very short period of time, and you know your kid best. So if you're feeling that there's something off, just speaking up. Because I've heard multiple people talking about early intervention and how important that is. And so if you keep waiting to see, you're losing valuable time when your child's brain is still developing to have a great impact on their life. So I imagine that MChat will be given to you in English. But if you want to, on that link I did, you can download it in many different languages. So download it yourself, ask your doctor for a different copy of it in your native language and fill those out. And once those are flagged, you should be looking where are the resources and getting on a wait list. Because of the rise in autism and the diagnosis, getting a child evaluated for an official diagnosis could be up to a year or longer, especially here in the Kansas City area. So if you're like, well, let's just wait and see, that's just time going on. One thing that we have a great benefit now is most insurances now cover early intervention ABA therapy. So you don't have to wait for school for them to go to school. You can start therapy in the home. Back when I was working with Jared, he was on a waiver, and there was very few kids that got that kind of coverage and therapy because insurance didn't cover it. Now they will. Most all of them do, and there's lots of clinics and facilities. I was one of the few BCBAs in the area, and now I don't even know. There's so many of us. So there is support out there. So I think if you're thinking something's off, you need to go with it. Get an evaluation, get on a wait list, because the worst thing that can happen is they say, no, it's not, and it's something else. And you're like, okay, well, now I know it's not. But you can't start billing insurance or getting that assistance until you have that diagnosis, typically. And then I think also visuals are super important because their brain processes in a different way. So anytime you can have visuals, things that you're repeating all the time, create a visual, like, and I just grabbed one from my counter the other, like, so this is one I created for, and I'm going to speak kind of, I think like Ruth said, my child isn't aware of that diagnosis, and so I'm not trying to speak about in front of, if you get what I'm saying. But every morning it's the same thing. What do we need to do every morning? And so I just created something so it takes it off of me as a parent, but then gives him some independence. I also shared, and it's not for my own good, but for you all, a book of I've seen in the healthcare settings where kids aren't able to express themselves, but creating some visuals there to help treat them. And experience myself with my son he was throwing up randomly, not feeling well, but he didn't have a fever, all these things. And I figured out through visuals that he was impacted and constipated. GI issues are often associated as a symptom with autism as well, because of the very limited diet. So having visuals in the healthcare setting could be very, very beneficial.
Thank you. Thank you, Kelsey. And congratulations, by the way, on the publication that is coming out. We're so proud of you. Good job on that. There is something before you go also that I was going to bring up here, because having a team that supports children, you know, in the home is so important. And that starts with, it's everybody in the, you know, the team. And so you've got, you know, the team that comes from outside that is supposed to be helping running the programs, the parents, siblings, and anybody that can help. And I wanted you to share a little bit about, because we had so many people come to our home, but the one thing that stuck with me or with us was the, first of all, the grit that you had. I'll never forget, you know, my son, the first thing he did was what? Give you a really good bite, you know, like, and we were sitting, we're getting ready to have dinner, and we were trying to teach him how to say yes and no. And we had two things, one that he liked and fries, and then what he did not like, which was spinach. And we were trying to show him how to say yes. If he get nods for yes, he gets the fries. If he nods for spinach, he gets the spinach, and that experience, and it just turned into something else. And you sat there and took the pain, and it was just something. And also, the one thing I want you to touch on is how important it is, because part of us, what became very important for us was being able to collect data. Remember how you came up with the idea of making sure everybody's collecting data, because if you can't run a program if you don't have the data. And so welcome.
Yeah, I think in-home therapy was probably a lot more common than it, gosh, what was that? 15 years ago, that 20 years ago when I was in your home, a lot more common than it is now. Now it's a lot more clinic based, but you're going to be working with a team, as you should be, and whether it be in the schools or a clinic, and having a team that's all working on the same things, they're all aware of the same things, is super important. So making sure that there's data, making sure that we're making progress, because if you don't have that, it's not going to help if you're just working on something with one person one day of the week. Making sure that we're using it across will make the greatest impact. So parents in the home, at school, at church, anywhere you're going, working on those skills. I know it's exhausting, but it's worth it in the end. And my own experience with an IEP was, I went and I saw, and it's your job as a parent to kind of look at the data that you're given to see, like, does this make sense? Is this adding up? And so when I got my child's progress report from school, and he's in 3rd grade now, the general education teacher said one thing and his IEP said another, and they didn't match up. And what I figured out was they were working in silos. The IEP team wasn't communicating with the rest of the team of what we were working on. So it was of no use. But they didn't come out and say that. I had to figure out how to look at the data, figure it out, and be like, this doesn't add up. And again, advocating for my child to be like, we need to be doing better. We need to be doing more. I think that anybody's in that field has great intent and wants to do a great job, but I think you should also know and expect that they are very short-staffed. And I think, again, I think it was Dr. Ruthie said, like, it's a spectrum. So while my child might be very verbal, very vocal, can do a lot of things, there's a lot of other struggles that others don't see. And if I don't advocate as a parent to get his team on the same page and be doing what they need to be doing, it's not going to happen. We can only do so much. So.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
No problem.
We can't thank you enough for just you jumping on and sharing your expertise. Please come home and visit with us.
I'll pick up my order.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Thank you, Kelsey.
You're welcome.
Yeah. I don't know. What do you want me to say?
She can come drink tea or mandazi. She gave an order.
Yeah.
So I'm
yeah,
sure
your order is ready already.
Okay.
Yeah. Always, always.
All right. All right. Thank you so much, Kelsey.
You're welcome.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have one more topic, and I think then I want us to go ahead and open it up for conversation with everybody else. And that is, what do we need to do to support our children in the spectrum? So what are the things that we can do to support them? And so I want to open it up again to the panelists. I want to welcome Sumbaei, because you are one of the guys that is leading and charging the way. Kip is about to turn 20 and you've gone through the phase here. I want to hear what you've got to do, and Dr. Ruthie, you guys be ready to share, because this is the meat. I think that what are we doing to support? And I want to talk about supporting the child, supporting the parents, supporting the siblings, and supporting everyone. So thank you, Karibuni.
Thank you, Japheth. Thank you for all the panelists. I'm really excited that we get an opportunity to talk, right? But one of the things that I really want to, and I always want to talk about experience, right? For me, the only thing I say that I can speak about is the experience of raising my son. And that's what I'll speak from. And the things that I saw and the things that I wish were different. And maybe by me talking about my experience with my son, it might create a way so that in future, any other kids or in your community that you see, you'll be able to have a better understanding of being able to support them. So one of the things that raising my child, the biggest challenge was, I grew up Catholic. So going to a Catholic church and sitting with my child there and not having a place to take my son. And when my son makes noises, everybody looks back to you and say, hey, why don't you make your child be quiet? People give you a bad eye like that, right? And then you're forced, when they start making noises, because the kids with autism, they can't sit in a place for a long time. They get so riled up that they need to leave. So I used to go to church, and within a very short time, I'm outside the church with my son, trying to play with him so that the mom can listen to the sermon. So what happened on those times is, I wish at that time when I was going to church that we had support in church, that as a parent, you go there and somebody can say, you know what, I'll take care of your son so that you can go and worship, right? Those are things that it had for me to transfer to a different church to get that support, but that was too late. I had missed out on a lot of church at that time. The toughest thing is most of you go to a restaurant and enjoy a restaurant. You go sit down with your kids and you eat, and you have a wonderful meal. For me, when I used to take my kids to the restaurant, I only knew that I had 20 minutes. From the time they get their food, I need to be eating the same food with them as fast as they can, because once they are done, it's time to go. There is no time to sit down, So as we look at those, my ask for our community is to start thinking about, how do you support a parent with a child with special need or with autism, right? Being a lending hand, because some of the things we talked a while ago about the stereotype and the things that are out in the community and how people are treating it. It's about acceptance. Whereas sasa ukivaa nguo alafu watu wasema, hey, hiyo nguo haikukalii vizuri, there's that chances you'll never wear that outfit. Okay. The same way, like if I show up with my child and I get a bad look or a bad eye, what will make you think that I'm going to show up with my child next time? But if I come and all you do is have an acceptance, my child feel welcome, I feel welcome, I feel relief, I feel accepted, there's high chances that my child would be seen and be out there. One of the things that I always want to wish is I've seen parents that have one child with special needs and they are scared to have another child because they feel overwhelmed. Well, I will encourage them to, don't worry about it. Go, I have, when we had our firstborn, I was worried that what happened if my secondborn and my thirdborn become kids with special needs. But God blessed me with kids that, I know the others are not special kids, special needs. And those kids have been able to be a resource to my son to be able to happen. So as we talk about my son has transitioned from high school. Now I'm in a stage in my life where it's different now. These kids grow up, your traditional child will grow up. When they get over 18 years old, they go to college, and then from college, they go, live in their own apartment, maybe get married, do their own thing, right? But in where I am now on my son now it's different. For one is when my turn of 18, I had to go to court just to get custody, to be the power of attorney for my son again. Things that I never thought that will happen. I had to get somebody to come to my house, an advocate from the court or whatever that is, for children to come and just inspect to make sure that where my son was staying was a conducive environment. But this is a home I've raised my son all my life. But somebody had to come and check my house to make sure it was good enough for my son. He had to make sure that I have a room for him. So those are the things that it changes. When you go in there and you start asking you questions, like, do you want your son to get married? Do you want your son to vote? Do you want your son to have you have to choose and start thinking about things that you have to do for your own child and think about life to come, right? So my son, what usually happens is when a child is going through school, there's always program, and the hope of every parent is your child to grow and become independent enough that they can have a job and be able to work, right? Yeah. But then when the resources that are available to you are only available so much. When the kids now become, after they finish the transition out of high school, they now have to transition to the workforce because some of them might not be able to college. So when they transition into workforce, now they are being paired to different kind of skills tests to see if they are able to do it. So unfortunately for my son is when my son was about to graduate, my son liked one job, but they never gave him an opportunity because that job needed a more skill. But my son needed somebody to be there constantly. So when you get to that level, they said, you know what? Unfortunately, it doesn't qualify for the job market at that time, right? So it became an opportunity now where I looked at my son, and what my son was doing is he was going to a daycare. So my son will wake up in the morning, adult daycare, get picked up. He goes sit in an adult daycare. In the evening, he comes home, and I and it pains me so much to see that that my son, all they do is just go, and they will just take them to do stuff like life skill. And at that time, me and my wife was like, we need to do something for our child. And my son, and for people that know me from Kansas City, is I've never treated my son less just because he has special needs. My son has always done everything that any other child does. Kama ni kukata nyasi, go out there, get a lawnmower, cut the grass. If he's changing the tires in the car, I made him do it. If he's driving, I've put him in the car to drive. I've never treated him less, like, oh, you have special needs, you can't do this. I've pushed him to the limit that he knows how to do that. We do gardening. I usually get him to do everything that he does. So what will happen is we open up an automotive shop for him here in Kansas City, and it's called Keep Your Automotive. So if you are in Kansas City area, visit him, visit the shop. What it's called, Keep Your Automotive, and let me see if I can find a link here. I can try to share. And here my son works there. And even if you look, let me see if I can drop it here. I don't know. Are you guys able to open that? I just dropped something. Maybe did I? Oh, I think.
Go ahead, Vinny. I'll find it and drop it.
Okay. Mm-hmm. I don't know if that is it. So, but anyway, so what my son does is he started by just keeping, and that is him. It's Keep Your Automotive. You can see the colors. It's Autism Spectrum colors, right? So it's really a place where we have created a place for him to work. So he has a job that he goes there, and he's now utilizing his skills to work. And I hope that, you know, one time, if you know, maybe in future, I'd be able to even open this place to a bigger place so that I can accommodate any other child that has special needs that needs to come and find a skill to do something that is what. So my son, I'm telling you, every week when he comes, you know, because he gets a check, he has to come to me and say, Dad, I need my check. He now knows how to cash his check. He goes to the bank and deposits his check. So if he doesn't get his check, he's coming and say, hey, you know, I need my check. So it's what he does. He does a good job when he comes there. He works. He gets his check every week and goes to the bank, deposit. He now knows he goes to, does his own grocery shopping. He comes to the window, he stays with us. He does everything now because he has his own money. He makes his own money, and that's one of the things that now his life is worth living. Like he enjoys the things that he do. So I will really, you know, as we grow, there's a lot of things that are challenging, but I was blessed enough to be able to open up something for my son to be able to do it. But then now I'm now in this position where I'm thinking about, okay, what's next for my son, right? So as much as I would love for my son to live with me forever, I understand that those are the challenges of things that I'm starting to think about it like, okay, I can't have my son living in my house forever, because I had a family member who was related to my wife that, you know, he was raised by his father and mother. They stayed in the house, and then the parents got to be too old and they passed on. And this child was in the house by themselves. The parents felt enough that they had the money to take care of this child. But by that time, when they passed on, this man was like in his 50s or 60s with he wasn't getting any support. So he became homeless. I don't know where he's currently at. So I don't want my son to be like that. So now I'm thinking about a place like, hey, I probably need to now transition my son to his own place, to have his own place, so that if anything was to happen to me or to the mother, his life never get distracted. He has his own life and our way of living. So those are some of the decisions that as parents with kids with special needs or blessed children that we have to really think about and start figuring on how to do those things. So I think that's, you know, I have Mr. Japheth, the rest of the team can chime on to that.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Vinny. Kudos for the work that you've done. I know Kippy loves that place. Actually, I've had a chance myself to go there, and it was a nice thing to see, man, to see the work he's doing there. You are muted if you're trying to have him say something.
Tell them about Kippy Automotive. What do they do there?
What about your motive?
They're asking about Kippy Automotive.
Are you gonna finish that?
Finish what? Kippy Automotive?
Are you gonna finish your meeting?
Kippy is asking, when am I going to finish the meeting? Because I am in his space. He needs to watch his movies, and I'm in his space. So when are you going to finish the meeting?
I like it. I like it. I like that because they keep it real. They don't have to, you know, say, oh, no, I was somewhere in a function and somebody said, oh, maybe one of these person should say something. The kid was like, no. And that was so good. So I just enjoyed that, listening to that. So I want us to continue talking about support, because how do we support, Kosi, how do we support, and Ruthie, you can come in here, how do we support children, you know, that siblings, how do we support? Because sometimes we forget that they need help also, or they need their own time. They are also children, and they need to get all the attention that they need, you know?
Yeah.
That is a very good question. Oh, go ahead, Kosi.
No, I just wanted to touch on what Vincent said, because I love it so much. And being a teacher myself, and I transition, we do transition plan. And we try to figure out what are we going to do with our students when they graduate from high school. And so when I hear Vincent telling us about what he has done to his son, but because you are very privileged, Vincent, you are able to provide to Kippy, I would love to invite you to my school to be able to come and talk about transition. We look for successful transition that has happened to students with disabilities that are successful to come to our transition meetings. And that way you can encourage one or two parents that it's not the end of the world, your child can be successful. So I just wanted to touch on the transition. And every parent, remember, it is part of the law that at the age of 16 years old, It's only in Illinois that can be less than 16 years old. We start transition plan for your child. We give you the resources that the government provide, but it has a long list. But because Vincent is very privileged, he was able to do it his own way with his own resources. That's a blessing to keeping. And thank you so much for sharing that, Vincent. So Ruthie, go ahead and tell us about siblings, and then I will chime in.
So first, I want to say, Vincent, that is a very wonderful success story. That as we're still working this journey, we'll be looking up to you and adding more. Thank you for sharing that. That's very, very inspiring. So what I wanted to just highlight when it comes to support for siblings, I think that we face a very unique situation as immigrants. When we move here, most of us are first generation immigrants. So then we often, or a lot of the people that I speak to that are from Kenya, they're wondering, are we going to retire here? Are we going to move back? Where are we going to be? And so planning and making sure that we secure our future for our children is so important. We have to consider what happens if, God forbid, something happens to us. Who's going to take care of them? And we often shy from having those difficult conversations as to how do we plan? Who's going to take care of them? I think that is most of the parents' fear, whether you have a neurotypical child or not. So you can imagine when you have a child, special needs, their needs are very unique. You often ask yourself, who's going to be able to take on and sacrifice and do this and that. So it's something that needs a lot of preparations and learning. So just to summarize, there's just so many resources that come from either each county, state. I know for a fact here in Texas, Texas is one of the lower states when it comes to support and resources. So I'll tell you that because I've researched, and other states are way better. So I've had to fight and advocate, even from a young age, and I continue to advocate because I want to know if there's anything that can benefit my son, then I'm going to go after it. So I would just encourage any parent who's struggling to know that not to stop just because they tell you. There's a lot of resources. The schools often, I'm sure, Kosi, I don't know about Kansas, but there's certain times there are resources, but they're not going to share it. They're not going to be open about it unless you go into those meetings, those IEP, and demand that I think that my son needs this. I think that my son needs this. You are, as a parent, you're the constant. You might have therapists, speech, OT, or other people coming around, the teachers, but the parent is usually the constant. So being the one to advocate and to know what your child needs. So let me talk a little bit about the challenges for, say, siblings. So we have 3 children. When our oldest is on autism spectrum, so it's a challenge to balance. I will tell you that being able to balance and have support for your neurotypical kids and your special child can be difficult. For me, my natural attention goes to him. I spend more time with him, trying to teach him how to do this, or just being engaging, and just the focus to catch up on some of the things that some of the skills that he might need. So it's so easy to neglect the other siblings, not with intention, but for me personally, just sharing my own personal story, I try very, very hard to be conscious and to balance. For example, for some of those people who might know me, every once in a while, I may take a trip with some of my other kids, just to give them that one-on-one and to, you know, to just show them that, you know, they have the attention, because as a parent, they deserve to have the attention that they need, regardless of the needs of, you know, of my other child. So just being able to figure out how to balance that, just having open communications and conversations with, you know, your other, how do they feel about it? Are there any concerns that they have? What challenges are they facing? How is it, you know, how is it affecting them? Because if they are out in the community, it's so easy for them to either be, you know, to hear conversations that, you know, someone saying a negative comment about their, you know, their sibling or about their situation, and how is that affecting them? So it's very, very important to keep the open communications and conversations going. If they need help, like finding people to speak to, that may not necessarily be you as a parent, you know, other outlets that they're able to share and engage in a positive way that can help them. So really caring about the well-being of the siblings is important. Autism can be a challenge, and it can really cause some family dynamics. So it depends on how, as a family, you approach it. And it's so important to, you know, to navigate it and just ensure that we're addressing all angles so that it doesn't cause, you know, issues and problems. One of the challenges that personally that we've dealt with is the safety. So with one of the behaviors that have been challenging to our son is elopement. Elopement meaning he's always wants to get out. He's on the run. So anywhere where we are, I'm always keeping my eyes to make sure that I can see him. If I'm taking him to a place, I want to make sure that he's safe. Are there going to be any, you know, outlets, any doors or exits that can be, you know, that he can easily, you know, get out? So safety has been one of the, you know, the challenges. And like, one way that we've navigated is just ensuring that our home is safe, number one. But it always, you know, he's very smart. So there's always something that will come up that we didn't think about, or we didn't know that, oh, he's able to, you know, to do that. And a couple months ago, with all the safety and security measures that we have in place, he got out in the middle of the night. And this was a very terrifying experience. Being able to even speak on it right now is just by the mercy of God, because I'm a believer, and I believe that, you know, he's here for a reason, because he was gone for almost 30 minutes and we didn't know, you know, where he was, because he left in the middle of the night. But learning from those situations, we've been able to, you know, get different measures in place, let the neighbors know, just being able to be extra vigilant. So, and I'm just sharing my story just to paint some of the realities that you know, that can occur, or that, you know, can be faced. So I think just
Ruth,
that's what I want to kind of share in this area.
yeah. So Ruth, I'm sorry about that incident, and someone had a comment there about how to introduce your children to the police, and I also want to invite Kelsey shortly, but there's always a way to team up and try to make sure that the police, you know about your child, and know that if they are found, you know who to contact, and stuff like that. But that is very emotional even for me to hear, because that's what happened to us. So I wanted to just invite also Kelsey. You're still on.
Yeah, it's close to home because I'm their daughter, but that was my Jared. And elopement is a very near and dear thing since Jared. Just a second, bud. Can I help you? You can have one more piece, yes. But just being aware. So I put in the in because of Jared's situation, that is a very big passion for me. And so in the chat there, I put the Big Grid safety box. You guys can download that kit right there, and it has all the information that you can share with your neighbors, your community members, the police, you know, anybody like that. Through my research and grad school about that subject as well, you know, the first thing we do as parents is we look like all around the house and the stuff, but what you need to be aware of is all the things outside of. You look outside of your house first, and you know where the pools are, where the train tracks are, where these things are. And I'm gonna say I didn't know those things before it became you know, very big impact on my life. But I encourage you, even if your kid doesn't elope right now, which means run off or wander, it's not like they're running from you. They're just unaware of their surroundings. So it can happen in a second to the best parents. It doesn't matter what you're doing. If you're attending to another kid, if you're in the shower, if these kids don't sleep half the time, it can happen like that. So just having a plan in place, we have in Johnson County, Kansas, it's called the Take Me Home program, and you can register your child with the police prior to anything happening. So I encourage all parents to do that with any kind of disability. So when you call, they already know the places to look. They know whether your child is verbal or not verbal. The other thing I was going to say to Dr. Ruthie's was reaching out to your communities. There are Special Olympics. There should be some in your county and your city. Those are a great community support for not only your child that might have special needs, but siblings as well, because they have events that are family friendly that you can go to, and you don't have to worry about the meltdown. They're going to have the visual supports in place. They're going to prep the people ahead of time so you can go and your child that may be neurotypical can also enjoy those activities, and we don't have to worry about. So for example, I went caroling at Christmas time. I knew my son wasn't going to enjoy it, but I wanted him to experience that. I wanted my daughter to experience it. And we went with the Special Olympics group. We've gone to an indoor skydiving place, which I would never imagine taking my kids to, because I thought there's just no way it will work. But my daughter that's neurotypical got to experience that, and my son got the chance with time and patience to try those things. So the Special Olympics communities will be all around that you could look to, and they have sports, but they also have family activities. But you can also find those family supports, because I think one thing you all haven't talked about is the isolation that parents often feel, and the increase in divorce rate of parents when you have a child with special needs, because you have to become a team. You have to know that it's personal, but you can't take it personal, but also take time for yourself as parents to recharge. Know that it's hard, acknowledge that it's hard, but it's all worth it. So I think taking time for yourself as parents is also equally important.
Right.
I guess Japheth, I wanted to just chime something real quick, right? Something just triggered into my brain when you guys were talking about elopement and things like those. And one other thing that I would say that I was going to talk about is I was going to talk about personal experiences and things that I experienced with my son, right? The first experience I had with my son on elopement was, you know, I came from work, and at that time, you know, I came and decided to sleep on the couch because I knew that if I go to the bedroom, I was going to wake up my son, and I want him to get enough sleep. And then my wife at that time had gone to work. So I came and slept on the couch, and, you know, I didn't want to wake up my son. So my son came, and I guess when my wife left, I don't know, I thought she locked the door. She didn't lock the door. So when my son came out, the door was wide open, and I was already asleep on the couch. And my son just came and walked outside. And I was asleep, and the next thing I see is some construction guys that were doing construction on the road bringing my son back. I say, hey, is this your son? And, you know, I was sleeping just in the living room. I didn't know that my son left. The second episode that I had with my son is, you know, my wife took trash out. My son followed her, and I had another baby, you know, so I was holding my son. So when my wife came back, she closed the door. I said, where's the baby? And she's like, I left the baby. I said, no, the baby followed you. So what my son did is, my son followed my wife at that time, and they took a U-turn and ran behind the apartment. So we went around. Have you ever left the house and you don't know, we're in an apartment complex, you don't know which direction to go. The wall is just too big, you don't know which to go. And we ran around, and by the time we found out my son was in the middle of the streets, and all the vehicles had stopped on every side, you know, wondering who this child was. Those are some of the things that really scares us the most. So when we moved, and you know, and the last one I want to talk about was not really an elopement, but really when we talk about making your son known or your child known by the police, by the community, right? So what happened is I had moved into this, I guess, nice neighborhood. Yeah, and I did that intentionally because I wanted my son to be in a place where I felt he was comfortable and safe. So what I used to do is every day we used to take a route with my son. And I wanted him to have an independent, and one of the things I've been an advocate about my son is I want him to be independent. I don't want my son to always feel like I have to be on his shoulders for anything that he wants to do. So we have a routine, and every time I will let him just go by himself, and then I will stay back so far so I can see him to see how he goes the routes, right? So my son had done so well to an extent I trusted him, to an extent I knew that he could just go and come back. And he never missed. It was always his routine in the evening. I'll get him out of the house. Hey, go take a walk. He will just go take a walk and then come back, right? So it just happened that my son cares for two things. He cares about little kids and he cares about animals. Those are two things that are important to him. So every time he will see a little child, he will try to want to pick the child up, you know, because that's his passion. So one time he was walking in the neighborhood, seeing this little girl, and he's a big black man now. He goes to pick up a little child, and you know, and people are like, who is this man trying to pick up kids? So the kids are running, and then, you know, and then just happened that the person that was there was good enough. When he followed my son home and came and told, hey, your son, you know, was wanted to pick up this child. So what I did as a parent at that time is go to each and every house in my neighborhood to introduce my son, okay, to say, this is my son, you know. So coincidentally, the week after that, my son again did another walk, but my son saw a cat. So the family was sitting in their own front porch, like in their driveway sitting. My son sees a cat sitting just outside. My son thinks that this cat needs to be inside the house. With all their family, all the members of that community, people sitting over there, my son went into their driveway, picked up their cat, opened their door, put the cat in and closed the door, and everybody is sitting over there and just walked away, right? The only thing that happened at that time is my son had a child that says autism. So they, you know, so what I ended up doing again is I had to write a note and publish it into the community, say, hey, this is my son. You know, if you see him, he's mean no harm, you know. So those are the kind of things that the people with kids that are, I guess, don't have special needs, don't have to go through. But those are the things that as parents and things that we've tried to do our best is really setting our kids and always thinking about what can happen and always trying to go ahead and try to do those things. That's all I wanted to add into that, Japheth.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I that reminds me when he went missing that one time, we used to live in the same apartment complex. So many times when Vinny would be looking, it could be me looking or it could be him looking, and they would go back behind and play, you know, where there's a basketball court. My incident, you know, I don't want to go to the other one, but there was an incident where my son loved swimming, but the experience is he just loved swimming. I mean, floating, and you know, who would want to swim, you know? And so, so one time we were at the, you know, at the YMCA swimming, and we're playing in the water, and I don't even know how we just, and he had a swimming suit, right? The jacket. The jacket. He had the jacket, and but I didn't have a jacket, and I think I needed one. So we're just jumping in the water, playing, and all of a sudden, as we were jumping, I jumped and I couldn't get to the bottom. You know, like we were jumping and I was holding him, but every time we jump, we go underwater and come out, and he just laugh. He loved it. And this one time, apparently we had been doing this and moving, and I didn't realize. And we got into the deep end, and it was just like one of those that goes boom, you know. So as we were jumping, I jumped. The next time I couldn't, you know, I couldn't get to the bottom of the the thing, and I was like, oh my goodness, I had to decide quickly to get out because I couldn't swim very well. So teach yourself how to swim. Just make sure you can swim. It's actually something that we should be really trying to. Some of us grew up in areas where there is a way, you know how to swim, but if you can't, there's adult learning classes where you can learn how to swim. But the other topic that I wanted us to talk about in support, we talked about the siblings, we talked about the Kelsey mentioned about how stressful it is for the family, and how can we take resources, because sometimes it would help even if you live in a community and somebody has a child with special need. You can avail yourself for maybe an hour, or just say, hey, Nico home, can I come and watch the kids, you run shopping, because that is so much relief for them, for somebody to just be able to sneak out, go to Costco, go to Walmart, grab a few things and come home, because that is what they call respite hours, respite time. It's time where you can run a few errands. You can even have a date as a couple, just to get away a little bit if you are comfortable with that, the person that is offering to help you with that. That is how we turn stairs into helping hands. And so I want to also welcome again, Kelsey, and actually my wife. Why don't you share something about that?
So actually, I wanted to add on, everybody has spoken about how to support maybe thank you so much anyway, Vincent, for what you have done to Kippy, and also Dr. Ruthie spoke about the siblings. And I just wanted also to add how to families, parents, that need support, like we parents will need support, like the way my husband said, that sometimes they want to just go out for dinner, or just, sometimes you just want to take a break, It's overwhelming, taking care of a child with special needs, and sometimes you just need a break. So I just wanted to say that we can, like the way he said, from friends, you can get help from friends, family members who can just step in and just, give you some time to just go for groceries, or just step out and just go hang out for 2 hours, a few hours. And also, I remember during the time we had Jared, we had some of the therapists who would come in and stay with them. I remember we had a wedding, and for a very long time, there were so many things that I couldn't attend because I was, you could see my husband most of the time out there, like engaging in activities, but both of us could not be there. So maybe one of us would stay home to stay with Jared. But I remember there was a wedding, and I really passionately wanted to be in that wedding, but both of us, again, would not be there. But I remember Kelsey would help us get some therapists to come and stay with Jared, so that we could both of us attend some functions like that. And so, I mean, we can get help from the community like that. We can also get help from the church, or we used to get help from the church. If you want to attend church, like the way Vincent said that he used to go to Catholic and maybe they didn't have. So some churches have, they have programs for children with autism. So you can find a place, you can find a church that accommodates children with special needs, so that you can be able to attend church and services, and your child is being taken care of. And also, one more thing that I wanted to emphasize was support groups. I remember we used to have moms that have children with special needs, and we used to go for like breakfast. We could go for dinner like once a month. So we used to meet together and just, like give each other support. We like the things that everybody has shared about, elopement, maybe, you know, those kids could get up in the middle of the night and they just, you wake up in the morning and everything is on the floor. Like they throw everything, literally everything is on the floor. So you wake up in the morning, you have to clean up the house. And there's so many things, there are so many challenges that we face. So like support groups like those, you know, discussions like those, you just, when you have a group like that, you just know that you're not by yourself. You have other people that you can talk that are going through the same thing that you're going through, and you just discuss together, and it just gives you some encouragement and just some peace and all that. So I just wanted to say that there's support out there for the family in different ways. So and I know we are going to be talking here, like it's going to be opened up for everybody, so that I know that many people have questions and you want to share experiences, you know, and so in a few minutes, we will just open up the discussion so that we can all talk together and support one another.
You know, you mentioned friends and community. We were blessed in this community to have a lot of support. We had so many friends that we could take our kids to their house and not have to worry about whether Jared was going to jump on the table or do something. You know, we had so much support, and even sharing on success or really small milestones that kids could, like Jared did, and you know, like with those other parents. So I think it's so important.
Yeah.
So
and friends like Kosi was not even a teacher yet at that time, but she didn't even have kids at that time, but she was there for us for a very long time. She took Jared passionately, like her own son. And so she used to be there all the time.
It was Javon you had to worry about, because he would write on the wall, Jared did this.
Right.
You remember that?
It was Javon we had to worry about.
Right,
And I
right.
think because of Jared, I chose to be a special education teacher. I knew I would be a special education teacher, and since then, I followed the passion because of Jared. I want to add one thing to Ruthie. Ruthie, that touched me so much as a parent. Even as a parent with a neurotypical child, we can also face such, that's a challenge. That's really difficult. And I want to use the point by Cindy. Cindy put on the chat to say, use social story. I want you to go to your school and ask the speech therapist to write for you a social story. It will really help your child. Every night or every day, every time, read to him. Is it her? Or is it a she or a he? Ruthie.
Oh, a he.
A he. So read to him about safety. And if your speech therapist at your school won't write it, let me know immediately and I will make you a social story. I will send it to you. And make it a routine where every day your child will know this is the time to talk about safety. And that way, by repeating all the time, he will remember that safety comes first. And so that's very scary. And Madam President, is it possible for me to share? I wanted to share some visuals so we know when we are talking about visuals. Do I have the privilege to share? Okay. So I'm going to share this. This is the visual that we use. How can I make it big? Because I see. So this is the visual that I use for my students. And it's a talking visual. It's a very expensive gadget. Can you see it?
No.
Oh, share. Oh, there we go. Can you all see it now?
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. So this visual, this is what, when we are talking about visuals, you get this. and you can cut them. You can get them as a print, or you can get them in a tablet. And so when your child needs something and it's so, you've talked so much to your child, you may just tell your child, show me, what do you need? And then they can just use visuals. You don't have to talk. And it can talk for them. It has so many. If it's food, if it's things, you click on things, it will show them. If it's action, it will show every action. And you can feed more things that your child likes. And these can be the visuals you can use. And you can create a social story, but the speech therapist from your school can make those for you. And if they cannot, let me know and I will make you a social story for your child. So safety.
I'll say too, this month being Autism Awareness and Acceptance Month, a lot of these apps and visuals will be on sale because of it being April.
Okay. And plus, for me, if the school district should provide for free, but then guys, being actually what Kelsey has said, so many things are on sale. Get visuals for your children. Talking is too much for them, too much sensory. Thank you so much. That's what I wanted to share. I'm going to stop sharing.
Speaking of visuals,
little thing to go with, but once I got, I hit it with mine.
all right, sir. Speaking of those visual, Kelsey, we also talked a little bit about how do you reward, because I think there's also how to incentivize your children so that they can, if you reinforce when they do the right thing and reward them that way. And a lot of times parents, we see that our children like this, and so we just let them do it. There's no control, there's nothing, there's no time. And so it's no longer something that they really look forward to. So how can we tap that so that we can reinforce and encourage that good behavior?
And that would be so great question for Kelsey, because I know, Kelsey, you do men's, you do reinforcement, you do the rewards, and we do, they call it punishment, but it's not really, really punishment. But where you tell a child, you need to go to your calm or safe place. So Kelsey, can you tap into that?
Yeah. So I think this isn't even specific to kids with autism. We all function on the principle of reinforcement, things that are reinforced, meaning we're more likely to do them in the future. So if you see a behavior that you want your child to do, or your adults that you're supporting want them to do, you need to figure out what's important to them and reinforce that behavior. And it's reinforcement because it's important to them. I wouldn't go to work tomorrow if somebody said, I'm going to pay you in M&Ms. It's not gonna pay my bills. But if they said, I'll pay you X amount, sure, I'll go in on a Sunday, but it has to be important to me. So finding those things that are important to your child, and then you're labeling that, like, good job doing this. I like how you did this, but you have to do it right afterwards. And sometimes, we talk about punishment, which again is not always punishment, but if they're doing things that you don't want them to do, you need to find the thing. So I think it was Kosi you mentioned earlier, like, it's not about not running, but you need to reinforce walking. You need to reinforce trying a new food. You need to reinforce trying to use language or using their visuals. So the things that you want them to do, those are the things you're going to reinforce. And you can use anything that's important to them. But also know that they need to have that leisure time. Like, don't take away their favorite movie all the time, because then you have nothing. It's like, if you ground your kids and you take away everything, they don't have any incentive. But if you can find something a little extra that you can do, and it might be praise, it might be a hug, but it might be, some tokens you make, or might be M&Ms or what have you. But knowing that they can also get tired of those things. So finding those things that you want to, maybe you just focus on one or two things. What do you want to work on? So like Jay mentioned earlier, like saying yes and no, that was important so we could get preferences. Safety is a big one. Making them stop at the door before you leave. You know, good job stopping, way to go. I love how you did that. Not always using the word good job, because if you're at work tomorrow, Monday, and somebody just says good job, good job, good job, what are you doing a good job about? But good job stopping at the door. Great work using your words. Thank you for waiting. Whatever you're trying to reinforce, being specific about that. But finding those small things, and again, letting others know what you're working on, so that they can also reinforce those things.
And celebrate every tiny thing that your child has achieved.
Every
Give
tiny
them a
thing
hug.
is an accomplishment, right? Everything that they do it right and acknowledge, recognize, and celebrate. So I think we are ready for Q&A. Thank you so much that was a lot of information, obviously, and from the panelists. And so I want to just invite us to go to the Q&A session. I saw a couple of hands raised earlier, and Madam President, I think you are helping us keeping track of the order so that we can honor those two.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Japheth, and thank you everybody for being there. You know, I have learned a lot, and sincerely speaking, there's so much to learn every day. My personal growth on acceptance and being able to accommodate and being able to allow inclusivity has expanded tonight. Before I go to Q&A, allow me to give one lady that is in our midst tonight. That is none other than Cindy Langat. I know that she's a member of our community who has been working with autism awareness for over 20 years. So just a little bit before I go to question and answer, if you have a question or you want to comment, please raise your hand. Just use that button. I'll go in order of how I receive it. So Cindy, if you're able to unmute a little bit, tell us in summary your journey about autism and your son Kyle. That would be really amazing.
Hi, everyone. I'm sorry, I'm not able to come on camera. Is that okay?
That's fine.
Okay. Yeah, this has been an awesome opportunity to hear everybody's journey. My son is 22 now, and he's currently in a transition program, doing the life skills that he's already mastered. And he's actually right now trying to get us to find him a job. But raising an autistic in a foreign country, most people think it's very easy because we are in America. It's just a matter of location, geographical. We are located geographically, we're positioned well geographically. And I know I have had my issues raising my son as a single parent, but I have to say I live in Massachusetts, so the services are not so bad, but it was not easy to just receive a diagnosis and then just jump right in. So there was a lot of lack of resources for me. They didn't come easy. I had to look for resources, and I had to empower myself as a parent. And I was also raising my daughter, who's older than Kyle. So that was also something that we discussed about supporting the siblings. And I have to say, we as parents raising autistic kids, as African parents, it's very critical to not stay in denial, which really creates a gap for our kids' services. So I'm going to just encourage the parents in the group and outside of here that the sooner you accept the diagnosis, the better for your child. And actually, there's so many services that you can tap into. So I really liked Vincent's story about opening the automotive business for Kippy. And I think that's really nice and very encouraging. And to Ruth, I know I introduced my son to the police, the local police in my town, because my son used to elope. I had alarms and everything, but that didn't really help because sometimes, you know, you sleep through the alarm. And so I took my picture and his picture and dropped it off at the police station. And that's how I actually had them start the Light It Up Blue organization that we do now. They come to my house every April 2nd. They turn their lights and we create awareness that way. So Ruth, if you're still there, feel free to reach out to your local police and then have them take your picture and your ID and your son's picture, and always update it every single year. And the other thing I would encourage, I know technology has been very beneficial. So if you can have like an Apple tracker or like Angel Sense, you can put it in his backpack or tie something on his shoelace if he has sensory processing issues. That has also been very beneficial for us. So my son doesn't elope anymore because we really utilized the social stories. And again, like Kosi said, social stories really do help, and that you can socialize it and sensitize him to using that. And if anybody has any other questions, feel free to ask. But yeah, that's our journey.
Cindy, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Cindy.
Yeah, you're welcome.
And thanks. I just wanted to say, Cindy, thank you so much for what you're doing. We really appreciate that. I wanted to mention also that there are so many parents in our communities that are doing the same, that sometimes we don't stop to say thank you for the work that you do. You are the heroes, and continue pursuing and doing that. Kongoi missing amu agotesta onet pi chang big jog of such a mengen maybe kibendi gasi you do it, but when you come home it looks like we forget about it. And I just wanted to say thank you for even the comments that you've been posting in the chat. We appreciate that.
You're welcome. Yeah, and I think the stigma is what really holds back a lot of parents. And I've been around Kenyan communities, and some people can be very judgmental. And sometimes it's just not very fair for the parents who are really, really trying to come out and support their kids. But I'll tell you, in this country, there's every resource that you can tap into. And there's a lot of kids missing out because the parents are either embarrassed or the community has made them feel embarrassed. So some of them just really don't come out and talk about it. So we are here to support. Even if I'm out of state, I can still help. Technology has made it very easy.
And I do want to just say one thing, Madam President and Cindy. Cindy, thank you so much. I want us to add to the stigma. The stigma is generational. If we don't teach our children to say, we have to accept every child, because when I'm in the school setting, the bullies are the children, our own children that go to school. Because we have seen, when we see other children like they're different, our children see that. And so it will never stop. So I want us to teach our neurotypical children to be accepting, so we can stop this stigma from us. We've stopped, teach our children to stop. Because at school, we have children who come to my class. I run a program called Functional Skills. So my class, the whole day, is children with disabilities. And I do have 19 children in my classroom. And we do have children, neurotypical children, who come to my class and want to visit with my students because their parents have taught them that. So as parents, let's teach our neurotypical children to care for the children that are neurodiverse, so they are able to guide them, help them, so we can stop the stigma completely. We need to transfer that to our own children. Have your children participate in Special Olympics, even if they are neurotypical. They can become what we call unifying partner for Special Olympics. They can even become a human guide to a blind child. You can we have so many things that our own neurotypical children can do for the children that have disabilities. So that's all I wanted to add.
Kongai Sharon, Kongai Cindy, thank you so much.
You're
Thank you for
welcome.
being here. And yes, please stay tuned because I know that we have a few people who had questions. There's
Okay.
some questions that came to me, and I know that really we are going back and forth on question and answers. I had set it up, and we are back to our question and answer. The first person that put their hand up was Wilson. I don't know if you're still here, Wilson. You had a question and you should be able to unmute and ask your question. I don't know. Wilson, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still there, but almost all my answers were answered. I just wanted to put an input at the time, but everything has been discussed. And it was all about the sensory stimulation that is overwhelming to the autistic kids, and the fact that, they cannot process information like we do. So anything that stimulates them becomes overwhelming. And so it's good that to calm them down. And that was all I wanted to say. But thank you so much for the experience, for those who have given us a full information, more than we could learn from books. And we say thank you.
Is that you, Dr. Malik?
Yeah.
Thank you, man. We appreciate you.
Thank you. I
Well, also,
appreciate you guys too. Yeah.
I apologize. We didn't give you an opportunity earlier.
No, that's fine.
And I didn't know it was Dr. Malit until I say Wilson and he talked. Thank you. It's good to see you here, Dr. The next person I have is Arabia Gon. You can unmute, ask your question or chime in.
Okay, can you see me? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I want to say thank you very much for the parents for coming and giving us an experience that we would not otherwise get. So my question is kind of two-part question, and I hope this is a non-attributable system. And by that, I mean that allow us to ask the questions that are uncomfortable to ask. So my first question is, as a parent who have kids, I have a 6-year-old and a 9-year-old. My first question is, sometimes we go to social gatherings where we come in contact with children who are on a spectrum. And these children being on a spectrum means that they have different personalities and the way they interact with people, right? So sometimes you find a child would come to me as a parent and wants to interact with me in a given way, be it like electronics or things like that. How would I respectfully inquire from the parent of the child, like, how does your child perceive things? Like, how would I interact with the child? Because I know everyone is different, right? And then number two is, as a parent of a young kid, as a 6-year-old kid, that's territorial, right? All children are territorial. Oh, this is my toy, this is my thing, this is my thing. And then sometimes you get in a social gathering with a child who's on a spectrum. How do I teach my child? And by teach, I mean at that point, not like I had a time to teach at home. Now we're here with a child on a spectrum who came here and liked their toy. How do I teach them to interact with this child in a respectful way?
Thank you, Soja. It's good to see you. Who will be able to tackle that, Japheth? You or I see Ruthie is already unmuted.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Ruth.
I can go ahead and chime in, and then of course everyone else can ask. But the simplest and the easiest way is if the parents are there, it's always a good thing to inquire from the parents as to how, is there anything I should watch out for? Is it okay for my child to interact or to play with so and so? The reason I say that is sometimes there are other things that you might not know. Maybe, sensory issues such as what we discussed. There might be safety concerns. Some children and the autism spectrum might have certain behaviors, such as maybe they'll might bite, maybe they are a little bit some aggression, meaning they can hurt your child. So this is a good opportunity to address and get tips on how safely your child can interact and say and play with, say, another child on the spectrum. Because in that way, that you already have the information from both parties, and it can be a positive experience, not just for your son or for your kids, but also for the other child on the autism spectrum. So really kind of asking and inquiring so that you can know how safely to move forward.
Thank you, Ruthie, on that. Japheth, maybe you can add.
I guess let me add before Japheth adds it, right? One of the things
Sure.
that I will just, to all parents, right, is the first thing we ask as parents with kids with special needs is your first initial is to treat our child the same way you treat any other child with special needs, right? So if a child comes, even if it's a regular, like, a child with no special need and try to get into your phone, what's the first thing? You're not just going to hand your phone to any other child, right? So treat them the way you will treat any other child in terms of, hey, I can't give you my phone, right? Because one of the things is I'm not liable if your phone, if my son texts me my phone and crash it, So don't just feel like you're obligated to bend backwards just to support our kids because they have special needs, okay? But what we're saying is treat them equally the way other kids will be treated, right? In terms of inquiring and teaching your kids, it's just like any other child. Like if you see things, as a parent, all of us know how to handle our kids. There's a time you'll tell your child, hey, come here, sit down for a minute. And then you can talk to your child about that time, say, hey, you know what? We have kids here that probably need special attention. They like this and like this and like this. So we need to make sure that we are friendly, we're interactive, we use our words and things like those, right? So things like those will really be good for you as a father, as a parent at that time, to teach them, and don't make them have a stigma to see them differently again. Because if you make them look at them differently, now you plant a seed of that, right? So it's good that that time you are very careful of how you talk to your kids to understand that, hey, you know what? Some kids might be loud, some kids might be aggressive, some kids hey, we just need to make sure that we are all friendly when we are here, and that if you feel like you are not okay, just sit here by me, and then we'll do this and do that, right? So that way, when you go home, you can educate your kids about what spectrum. It will give you an opportunity to have a conversation when you get home to really expand on some of the things and challenges about things that they see, so that your kids can understand, hey, you know what, I guess, there's some kids that really are blessed that we have to be mindful whenever we are saying things or doing things, right? If they want to take their toys, it's the same thing. If my child takes the toys, as a parent, you are mature enough to understand, okay, this child that has taken a toy has special needs, right? So you're not just going to go and yank the toy for the child. You can be like, hey, you know what, baby, let them play with it for now, but I'll make sure that I get it back for you before we go home, right? In the meantime, your child, here is another alternative. Use this in the meantime. Let them just enjoy. We have other toys at home. At the end of the day, I'm going to talk to their parent, and you can get your toy back and you can go home. Yeah. Give alternative to your own kids, and don't create, because one of the things about kids with special needs sometimes is if they like something, you snatch them, then you create a tantrum for no apparent reason, right? So just being mindful as a parent, when you see those things, it's easy for you to understand that this child is a blessed child that probably needs attention. But what we're asking as parents is, don't make it so obvious that you're treating them differently.
And I also wanted to add something. Hey, Yegon, and I know Yegon so very well. I know your 9-year-old child. At 9 years old, you should be able to sit down with her and be able to explain, just the way Vincent said, treat all children equally. And I know your little girl, she should be able to understand by this age, when you sit down with her and say, hey, some children may play really rough, some children may really play really soft. We have to really be kind and nice to each other, respect, and be friendly. That's all that I have.
I think again sustain that question. Onge taunga, onge ngalalenga, aginet kenga. Especially amugo kage tau kengalale this topic. Ameje ibu konyogane. akengalalen gaa kotomo kemande, because any parent netinye lakwet netinye special need kong'ololjin lakwet eng gaa kotyeme konet kolejin kibendi kemondoi ak kebendi yu ako ngot kebe yundok kouni. Okay, so ongeyai the same thing with our neurotypical kids kemwochi kelechi okay kibendi kuni ako ngemi oloto kora. By the way, we don't do a very good job, by the way, achek tugul as parents keribe lagok chun. How many times kikebe tumwek ak kikere yani kipketepche ng'ony ak kemete lagok. We don't do necessarily a good job in that aspect anyway. Amwae achek tugul. So ongetau keng'alal nga makimande ak ketau keku inclusive even in our homes, in our conversation. So that next time kakimande kakeit in a community thing, kongen lakwet kole okay, ngoip sionjo toi nanyu ang'alala kokona baba baadaye anan ko mama, so mami haja keborye sahi. So let's open it up, Madam President, for more questions.
Yes, Kongoi. The next person was Eb Bitok. He wanted to submit something about trust. Eb, are you still there?
That's my bedtime, but I'm here. But for me, it's a little bit more questions and a little bit acknowledgement. I really want to acknowledge the panel for what they did. This is close to me. When my brother Japheth is talking and Susan, my in-law, I had an experience with Jared, and my last memory was at the mall. We were at the mall playing. That kid wore me out. And what I want to say is I want to say thank you to the panel, Kosi, Vincent, Ruth, Japheth, and Kelsey. I remember you, Kelsey. You have grown a lot. And one of the things I'm really interested in having this discussion about transition. I think you guys touch on transition, but I've had the experience working in K-12 and working in a college. So for the new parents with this situation, as your kids grow, K-12, it's a state mandate or it's a federal government mandate to make sure the services are provided. But when you get to college, it has to be self-declared. So I want to suggest if you have kids with disabilities or autism or whatever, you need to make sure you self-declare as you take them to college, because in college level, they will not acknowledge it unless you self-declare. They can have their IEPs from the high school, but they will not acknowledge it. So I want you guys to always think of that. The other thing is what Kosi talked about. I'm so glad, Kosi, you are a teacher. ESS teachers are special teachers. And for our community as Africans, we don't have enough. Actually, I think, Kosi, you're the first one I'm hearing that she's an ESS teacher, and that's for the exceptional student services. So we need to talk as communities grow. We need to really say, how do we build capacity in those type of programs for our students or our kids? And then the other thing is there's this whole thing about empowering that group of kids. When you have a special kid, or kid with autism, I don't want to say autism, I think it's more as a unique kid. They're really fun. They're different, but they can take a parent to something that is not normal, and they're truthful. So with the panel, a couple of things I want to ask the panel with those comments. One is, how do we extend these presentation? I was really heartbroken when I was in Kenya to see that kids with special needs and autism are not cared for, or they are less than. I think one of you guys, Kelsey, might have said it, or one of the other people might have said it. And then the other thing is family. You know, Gotabgaa, you know, gave me ceremonies, gave me things to do with family. But like when autism, and I want you guys to look at the video. Japheth and Susan can. We had a birthday for my mom, and there's a kid with autism. And I was really, really touched that I say, I want him to dance as much as he can. So how do we get our families back at home to understand this? And what is that conversation to your parents or to your grandparents or to your siblings to say, hey, while I live in America, my child is a little different than what you think. And those breakthroughs with cultural aspects, how do we break that cultural aspect to say, hey, it's okay to have somebody different? And this goes to Japheth specifically. In Gibindi High School, Gibindi Union, all in Gigir here, mono. So how do we change that? So I want you guys to, if you can answer to that or make suggestion, because I think it happens in a lot of communities back at home. So thank you.
Yeah. So Abe's, thank you so much, Abe's. You mentioned, you know, you're among those people that stood tall with us. There are so many people in this forum. I've seen so many. I know, I don't want to mention names. There's those in Texas, a lot of them in Texas. There are families that send us books and things. You know, they just loved our kid. And so we continue to thank you for all the support. You asked so much, you asked pertinent question in terms of how do we extend back home, and I think that is like a calling that I feel we, first of all, we need to start having these conversations. I hope that we can share this and you know, the recording and start there, but also be in settings where we can actually talk to people, you know. It sounds like that's somebody that we would know because it's our family in our village back home, Abe's, so we can talk offline and figure out how we can start having that conversation and just to say, to embrace that child and support them. You're right, growing up we saw people and we might even have, you know, been part of the group that didn't understand it, and so we can definitely do better. The one thing you mentioned that Madam President and Mr. Sumbaei himself, Vice President, we're going to Alabama. Make sure you show up to Alabama, sweet home Alabama, Gotabgaa. And what accommodation are we going to do to have for this special group? You know, are there any programs? And it's something that I think we need to talk about in the planning so that we can accommodate and also have our own session where parents can, maybe we can sit down and talk and do stuff like that. So that's what I wanted to contribute. Is there something? Give you a chance.
Thank you, Abe's, for the question that you shared. And while you are talking about that, it's been at the back of my mind, and it's been a passion for us. We have talked about it. We haven't had a chance yet, but I think there needs to be a sensitization in our community back at home to embrace the children. I mean, not only the children. I think it's the whole people with disabilities in Kenya. There's a struggle with that, and so it's our desire in our hearts that one day it's gonna happen. Right. So, but obviously, it's something that needs to be addressed in our country. You know, those people are neglected, or there's nobody who is advocating for them, or even maybe not even advocating, just coming to just acknowledging that somebody those kids or those people have disabilities, just the acknowledgement so that they can be given a chance in the community to also function like the way they do over here. So there is a lot that we need to do as a community here to extend our services to our community back at home. So I think it's a challenge that Madam President, she knows about it too. And, you know, it's something that we need to come together and see what we need to do. After we have done, come together over here and help one another here, then we can be able to extend the services over here to people at home. We have, even though maybe we don't have relatives, or we have neighbors and we have other people that need our help in our communities back at home. So we need to look at that.
I was just gonna add to just one or 2 points to that. So number one is creating awareness. I think where we are as it is, if we continue the momentum that we have already started here within Gotabgaa, and then extending that to Kenya, education and awareness, it's going to be key. And then the other thing is finding resources. I know several families in Kenya that have either, you know, children or individuals with disabilities, specifically autism, and there's nothing, like there's no resources. I mean, there is nothing. When I say nothing, you just wonder how are they even going to make it? There's no services that you know, the services that we have here. So perhaps as an organization, when we have a greater voice, finding ways to even reach out to the government, I think starting somewhere where, you know, the government is able to implement policies and mandate certain things that protect children with disabilities, either within the education system. Because when you look at the education system in Kenya, it doesn't include, they don't have accommodations or anything whatsoever. So this is a bigger discussion, but starting that momentum here and carrying it on with the awareness and fighting with key people, connecting with the right people in charge of, you know, policies and things like that will really be huge. Will be huge for that.
I guess one thing that I just wanted to add up in before, I've seen maybe a couple of people drop, right? And I know maybe we are going to be given an opportunity to give maybe our last speech. But one thing that I wanted to ask before everybody leaves is, I know most of us have talked about things that affect our kids. We talk about autism. You've talked about challenges that we face as parents, right? But then you have people here that I really appreciate you even taking your time to come in tonight just to listen. You probably don't have a child with special needs. You probably, you know, you've seen kids with special needs, but you know, you're just that one good person that really trying to find ways. Hey, how do I help? How do I support? How do I get to that level of being really a resource to this group, right? One thing that I can ask is this, right? I will ask you to think about how can you be a resource to help us as a community. The first thing is, for example, like for me, I know I've talked about the things that I've done for my son, but is that the only thing I really wanted to do? No, I want to do more. And how do I want to do more is I would love to, you know, because one thing you've realized about kids with special needs is you have to create a safe environment for them. So like I have him on a shop, but the shop is sometimes too busy. So what I'm trying to do is create a special corner for him so that I can have an engine mounted in a corner and he can take his time to dismantle that engine and put it back together, right? I would love to ever think about just moving eventually to a warehouse, you know, and open a full warehouse for kids with special needs so that anybody that has special kid anywhere in the world that want to bring their kids to this country, they can come to my shop, and my shop is tailored for kids with special needs. They can come there. We have coaches that will help them build these motors. We sell the motors back, and we get resources to at least continue creating employment for those. That is what I would want to do, right? Do I have the knowledge and the ability to do that? No, I don't know how to write grants. I don't know how to do that. If anybody of you listening tonight has that mental ability to know, has connection, has the influence, maybe knows the mayor of this city, knows, you know, halls or buildings that are free that somebody can be willing to donate those buildings, I would love to do that. I would love to go out there using my knowledge and things that I like to do and open up a home, an environment where we can bring kids and create a life worth for those kids to live, right? We talk about our kids transitioning out of our homes, right? Some of you are in group home businesses and all those stuff, right? Think about creating a community so that I can have my kids in a community where there's other kids of the same like. You know, I would love to be in a community where this is a Kenyan community, this is a Kenyan, you know, a state where our kids can go there and be taken care of by people who understand our culture and where we're coming from, right? So as you think about those, we have our challenges, but then for you are privileged, you are knowledgeable. Help us so that we can make it easy for us as a way to support us parents with special needs. That's all I wanted to add, Madam President.
Thank you, Sumbaei. Thank you, panelists. And on top of that, I know Cindy does outreach in Kenya, and also our own founder, Mr. Balozi. He can help us do a radio presentation where we can educate our people back home. The same group, we can go as panelists, talk to our people through the radio, and we'll be able to do an outreach through that. So Balozi, I'll be able to talk with him. He was suggesting that we host a great panel on the radio talk, and that is how we can about how to accept and raise kids with special cases. So your cry, your suggestion, we are taking it very serious, and on our leadership in Gotabgaa in general, we are taking this to a step higher. It's not only here, it's not only within us, but up and out to be felt, and we make change in the world. The next person that I have maybe for a comment or a question was Hosea. After Hosea, Kibet, you are next. Hosea, you still there? Kiprono.
Hosea, you can unmute yourself.
Yes, I'm here, Madam President. Thank you, team, for create a discussion. I'm privileged and honored to be in this meeting tonight. So I have a few questions to the parents, and thank you for sharing your lived experience and testimony raising autistic. It's not easy. I acknowledge that. I have worked very closely with autistic kids here in Australia. It's not easy. So my question is, in terms of resources, Australia have a plan called NDIS. All kids with autistic, they are eligible to that plan, whereby the government of Australia, they fully support them in everything. In terms of what Sumbaei have been mentioning, the government of Australia is doing everything. They have employed people 24/7 to support them. So, so my question comes again in regards to sometimes in this country, we have seen some challenges in terms to, for instance, if you are temporary, you are not yet Australian. When you are applying for maybe you are permanent resident, if you have an autistic kid, it can be an issue. It can, this country, they won't give you your permanent resident if you have a kid with autistic. Have you ever encountered such challenge in United States of America? And if you have encountered, what can we do as a community moving forward? Lastly, Madam President, as you mentioned, maybe moving forward as a process of raising awareness in regards to autism, I acknowledge my brother is autistic. I've grown up with a brother which is autistic, yes, and there was several challenges back at home. We have tried to take him several schools, but he hasn't get the right resources or the right support. So we really need to raise this awareness to a different level. Sometimes we have people representing people living with disability, but 24/7 they don't look these real issues that I like my brother personally. Sometimes we are willing even to take to a school, but he doesn't get right support. If he had all the life skills that he has learned back at home, if he goes back maybe in a special school, but we really need to raise the capacity in terms of the right support. You have started a very, very, very great initiative. Anything you come up, we will team up as a team Australia. We share this knowledge and we see the way we can support our own people. It's so sad. Sometimes you find your parent, there is a wedding or ceremony in a village, but your parent, he or she not invited because of the reason one of the kids has autism. It's not good. It's not fair. Let's continue for inclusion. And what you are doing tonight, I think the government of Australia, they are strategizing in the next year, I think in the next 10 or in the next 5 years, they are putting around up to $30,000 for the community to have such conversation, to have such awareness, to have people talking in communities. So we are on the right track. Let's continue raising this awareness to our communities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Jose, it's good to see you. Say hi to Australia, our people in Australia, Kitwe family, and you've always been chiming in. I know you had a question. I think Sharon can answer that question real quick. Is that the reason why you are unmuted, Sharon?
Let's see. Okay.
Yes.
Are you unmuted? Hosea, thank you so much. First of all, while Sharon is doing that, thank you for tuning in and being part of this forum. This is a global forum, a conversation that we need to have. Number two, thank you so much, Kora, because we cannot solve a problem if we don't accept that there is an issue, so that we can start addressing it. And personally, like my wife mentioned, we really want, and Madam President said it also, I want us to work together. Sige increasing capacity, sige resources, people on the ground. There is so much that we can do. I know that we starts at home, and so part of it is for us to start. We want to start here, but also importantly, educating genga, so we prepared to understand and be. The question of whether someone is denied PR, we don't have that here in the US, so Marcus, anything like that. But we have more problems even here than maybe that. So in terms of services, there's a lot of services, but a lot of times you have to ask. You really have to be an advocate, to fight the system. So when you're lack with resources, regardless of where you are. In this country, if you don't step up, program, understand what can I do at home? Something Sumbaei said earlier, and I know maybe it's going off point, but onge poisiek, agure poisiek alini onge ngetje poisiek, onge mete remote, onge ya obwa ge kasi da vlogo. Ketoret kwanyik jo, ketoret ing poisiet of raising these children, because in the absence of fathers in the process of educating and helping, inaleta strain sana kwa kina mama nyumbani na watoto. So asame kityole onge do wakichek poisiek ke girtaya jeget. The first ones, so Kosi karibu.
Yes. Sasa, the most thing that we have to really think about when we are talking about Kenya. First of all, Kenya, when we had long time when I was in Kenya, your child with disabilities was not to be seen. And that stigma has to stop. So, like in the US, Hosea, even at the airport now, they did, here in Kansas City, the airport has a calming space for people with sensory issues. You go to San Francisco, they have a whole place for people with autism or anybody with any sensory overload. They have that. So I think, Madam President, it's high time the government of Kenya start providing even the tiniest accommodation to the people with sensory overload. They can start even from our own airport, Eldoret Airport. Put a sensory place or a quiet space or a safe space for people with disabilities. And then when I've been listening to you all, and I know so many nurses, so many doctors, they are bringing the resources from the US, they are bringing it to Kenya. When are we going to bring the resources to our community when it comes to people with disabilities? When are we going? I know we are not very many teachers. I don't know another special education teacher that is a Kenyan, but my sister is a teacher, but she is a regular education teacher. But if if we can get connection, I can find resources, because I know so many places that provide resources. And if we have somebody on the ground in Kenya, we can ship the resources to them. Saving one person with disabilities and giving them that transition up to adulthood that will be comfortable for them is opening the door. We may not fix 100 people right now. We may fix 1 or 2. If one of us or 2 of us come together and say, hey, are you going to Kenya this, when we are going to Kenya, we can meet, we can go to a school, we can go and share the experience that we have here, that we need to treat the children with disabilities with kindness. When that child is screaming, they are not having a behavior, they are communicating something. We are not understanding, we are yelling at them, and the more they are throwing a tantrum. So that is how I can answer. Kenya right now, they have 0 resources. But 1 or 2 of us, we can start this. Just the way the nurses and the doctors are going home and they are bringing so many resources, we can begin from here. This forum is starting for a reason. We can help our children with disabilities back home.
Thank you so much. And that one is great conversation. Before I even go there, Jose, you have Cindy on the chat saying, Jose, let me know where your brother is and I can connect you with the resources at home. So Cindy, can you chime in a little bit? Do you have anybody on the ground who can help us or help these panelists who are willing to help somebody back in Kenya? So Jose, I know that you don't have Cindy's number, and Cindy will unmute. And if you allow me, Cindy, I can share your number with Jose.
That's fine. That's fine. So when my son was diagnosed in 2005, I ended up starting Kenya Autism Alliance in 2011. And I've been supporting parents since then, connecting them with resources in every county. So Kenya has actually come a very long way. Different schools are doing inclusion. Some people have actually opened private schools, and they're contracting with some U.S. Schools to receive services. And every April, the week of April 2nd all the way to the end of the month, they have different organizations actually do autism awareness events. So I have a friend in Eldoret. She has Step It Up for Autism. She's been doing a lot of capacity building in Eldoret and Kapseret, I think. So if Hosea, if your brother is around that county, let me know. If they're in Nairobi or Nakuru, just let me know and I can connect you with therapists. We have a lot of OTs. So occupational therapists are kind of rare in Kenya. They're there, but they have a board and some of them are not certified. We have maybe 4 or 5 speech therapists that are certified. And then now they're slowly introducing ABA therapy in Kenya. And it's still very, very new. But yeah, we've come a long way.
Thank you, Cindy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hosea, I think.
Thank you, Cindy. Yeah.
Anytime.
You have her number?
And Hosea, I have friends in Australia who can actually help you. Yeah, you probably already know them.
Awesome. Perfect. Thank you.
No worries.
Thank you so much. There is a question on the chat, but before I continue, I see Ruth has tried to answer Phil Koech. He said, panelists, what do you think of the stem cell treatment regarding autism? What do you guys think about stem cells regarding autism?
So I do know a parent that traveled to, I think it's Brazil or one of those South American countries, and they did a stem cell on their daughter. It was like day and night. The child really responded to the treatment really well. But then they were not able to return. And now because with stem cells, you have to top it up. So they were able to go to 2 sessions. They were not able to go to the 3rd, and they've not been able to go back. And it was during COVID when they were not able to go back. And then I think things changed. And because when you miss so many sessions, they never went back, but the child went back to really back to where the child was before when it comes to behaviors. But it was really a big change. It worked. I think it works.
Thank
I
you.
wanted to
Thank you.
just chat and say that stem cell therapy continues to be very controversial. So in some case, they have, and specifically for say for the US, there's been a lot of studies that continue to be done. It hasn't been proven to be effective, but a lot of what we see is other countries going outside the country, maybe to India, Panama, and other places that tend to allow. So, and it's case by case. You'll find other patients or children who have responded and some that haven't. So it continues to be an interesting area of study. What some of the ones that have shown more or better a response, the stem cells, like the embryonic stem cells. So if you the cord blood was saved during pregnancy to be used for sibling, those are the ones that tend to have shown much response. But some of the other forms of stem cells where they get your own stem cells and re-inject it, it continues to be a very hot topic that some people will share some good and positive results, and then you find another person that hasn't seen the same. So it's really hit and miss. And so sometimes I would say, if you are able to, it's worth trying, because in this journey, autism in general, we don't really, there's no specific cure. It's just what may work for one child or one person may not work for another one. So, and like Kosi said, most of the time it requires several rounds. So you got to be prepared to be able to really pursue the full treatment to see the benefit.
Thank you, Ruth, on that, and thank you, Kosi, for chiming in. Kibet, is that Chairman Nyano?
Yes, Madam President. That's Chairman North Carolina. I really lack words of how to even what to say, because the panel here today have done justice. They've really done a great job. And Japheth and his family, you've poured your heart, you've shared very intimately about your child, about your loved one. My friend, Mr. Vice President, you have really given me a perspective of a different direction of so many things. And I'm very grateful for my high school mate, Cindy Langat, for taking time to join us on this very special discussion. I would almost say all of us, especially us that are in America here, Kenyans who are in America, at least I would say almost 70 to 80% of the parents have a special need child in their home. I speak highly because my son is a special need child. He's 17 years old, but is a highly functioning mentally, but still has a challenge in the sense that he is now in the 11th grade, but he's still doing his mental capacity is at 8th grade, but he's on 11th grade, but he's doing 8th grade school stuff. but sports really, and anything that is really stimulating to him is things that he can function with. But my challenge is my wife is so overprotective, and when I try to introduce things like the vice president does to try to train the boy in an independent way, then it becomes a challenge because there's that parental, a mother and a father issue where the mother is so overprotective and the father is trying to let loose of the kid to be independent. Those are the challenges that we face as a family, and also I'm sure some other families also face that challenge. But there's also the challenge whereby, and when Japheth was talking and I saw his son, not Japheth, but Sumbaei was talking and I saw his son is very huge, he's very big. My son is 17 years old, he's 6'4", very tall guy. And when he stands with people, they see him as a very grown man, but yet he's a child. And so when he's seen, people automatically look at him as a very grown man, but they don't understand he's a child. So we have to be very protective of him when we're in public, because his height and his body size, people tend to think of him as a very grown man, but yet he's a child. So those are other challenges that you face too. And when we took him to Kenya in December, and people look at him and they cannot fathom that this is a child. He's only 17 years old. They look at him like he's about 34, 35 years old. And so you have to be on guard all the time, all the time. We've talked about so many things, and Madam President, you talked about the radio show for highlighting these issues in Kenya, and also one of the panelists, I don't know what's her name again, the lady from Illinois, I think, Dr. somebody. There are special need teachers in Kenya. My cousin is a special need teacher. She's been doing this for almost 30 years as a special need teacher. The only thing that you talked about, which made sense, is that resources are not there. The resources for special needs are not there because, of course, we understand how our government in Kenya functions. And kudos again to Madam Cindy Langat for what she has done, using her own resources to highlight all these challenges. But the panelists, man, you guys have flowed your hearts out, and I give you credit for opening up. I know there are so many families that will not be able to open up about what goes on in their children's lives as much as you guys have opened up. Thank you for doing this, because even me, I've never shared about my son's challenges, but you gave me that opportunity today to be able to share that. And Japheth and your family, you've given me the strength to see that I can be able to offer, more than I can to my son and to my family. So thank you, guys. Madam President, we need more of this. Continue doing this. When you guys put the autism discussion on the board, I was like, why are they doing this? What is the reason for all this? So many questions came to me, but now I see why we need this. And I'm sure I'm not the only one. There are so many other people that are glued into this discussion today. So let's continue having these discussions, and let's broaden this, because indeed, my daughter is 7 years old, and my daughter is more smarter and more articulate and realizes, in fact, even protects a 17-year-old brother. My daughter always protects his own brother when we are in public, because my son is high functioning, yes, but all of a sudden you can see his mind wanders and he's gone. And when he's gone, the only person that can easily find out that he started drifting is my daughter, and my daughter goes and grabs him and brings him back to us. And it's like, how do they connect? But these are the challenges as a family that we all go through, and we learn from this. Thank you guys for sharing your hearts. Thank you, Cindy, for what you do for Kyle, and thank you for what you do for Kenya and the community at large.
You're welcome.
Madam President, asante sana.
You're welcome, Chairman. Wow. That is what I wanted to hear. Somebody becoming vulnerable to talk about it. You've never shared it, but I am so glad that you are here tonight. I hope that through the journey that you are going through and everything that you have gone through, you'll be able to reach out in your community, North Carolina, South Carolina area, and tell them it is okay. And sometimes tell them to let our community know when they need a break, when they need somebody to come and help them out, when they need a hand so they can run a chore or an errand. And I hope that even the pastors that are gonna watch this, the pastors gonna hear me, they will be accommodative even in churches so the parents can attend the church. I know Tana is far much gone. He was more of adding, commenting, more than asking a question. Is that so, Chairman?
What did you say?
Chairman Kongwe missing amu because of the work that you're doing. You know, sometimes you might have a case that we may just have to be tactical on how we address it. You know, teaming up. Well, you know, ngalega bin Alenandi testing and kalenjin testing on lot right? And then did I make it backwards? Did I say it backwards? So wisdom is what we need to figure out how to achieve that goal, basically, because you know, our story is not any special story. Like Vincent shared, what we've shared, it's a story of, you know, the struggle of finding out. And like when we started this session, I said that there's obviously some disappointment, you know. I joke around, I tell people, "Ngo nigingo nyone America, kait airport ni gerutin kate sundano tanan gerutin kato gegonin in acid mami kingenyone America kuginyone agotiek kinginyone emoni everybody came prepared ndakigenge tungenya gitesije lago kungenya melen kinye gendaun kerchek ngolisi sich lago choto kitemuch isich Kenya kikebwa emoni akikesich lago kisait age kichite iplonani ile ni no lakini matokusikchi kwa kunoto. So there is some sort of disappointment. Igere nguno ya kiimige is because it's not matching up with the expectation, you know, and it's something, it's not easy. It's not easy. And so my prayer is that we find ways. I really pray that, you know, the conversations we're having, I feel like we have a team. I just found out about Cindy's organization. We're looking to team up with anybody, these panelists, anybody out there that is wanting to partner with us. How do we continue to reach out? You know, because I really believe you want to do all this, but all those are questions about every family. Inet lago guni komeje kokoschina kwanda ngule kibendi guni, you know, opangan ke kunoto pamoja. Amu the beginning of success is when you are both on the same page. So mujobe one direction so that you can team up and make it work out. But I want to really believe that this year, God is going to open a door for us to be able to partner together and even reach out and ask for people within our communities through this vehicle to be able to volunteer and say, hey, I'm in Dallas and I'm available. Those volunteer need any help in that neighborhood. You know, we cannot have volunteer. Last volunteer so we have to do all that work to be able to, so that we can provide services and protection for our children. So I want to just say this, you know, this was not for me and my family here. I talked to Kosi about this offline, and I said we started Jared Hope Ministries Foundation before, and it was really difficult. You know, sometimes you think you are okay, and then sometimes you find out that you are not okay. But I'm leaving tonight feeling encouraged because I've talked to, you know, the conversation we've had people that have gone through stuff, and they've actually stand up organization like Cindy and Vincent here shared his story, and things, all the resources that we have. Can be a tool that we can use. We can join hands where we can join hands. So thank you so much for the opportunity. And as Samenu, and my prayer is, please, ongemang from the comfort zone. Don't talk about that. I'll stop you in front. And my way, I'm on straight up. You cannot talk like that. And it is just wrong, straight up. We need to stop that. You go to work, you go to work. It doesn't matter, you know, whatever it is that you're doing. So I'm just I say that, and I can't mince my word on that. I mean it in terms of being respectful and being honoring those people, so that the language, you know, we just talk about it so casually. And the reason why I have a problem with it, Ngamwa, is because that is why iwendi chito kasi imwoe kunoto ak iwe kasi. Namba agenge iwendi kasi akot mabirononi programs ichoto amu kewendi kityo kocheking'ung. Sometimes you find it so easy, nekateneti chito kwai program neka suppose kwai, ibitau iyai inyendet amu kamatinyoru time ipangan ilya iyai kwai kasit at speed nanyinet. Amu sait age kemi simet ipire story na amune oloboka karoboni konja yani ipire story alak lakini kemi on the clock. You know, you are redeem the time neitinye imi kasi iyai kasi natak ak deliver ning kasi neka suppose yai. You see what I'm saying? Atya nyemang kasi. Okay, that's why you bring those skills to the community. Even those skills in your community, because you don't take it for granted, the privilege and the knowledge, you know. So that's why, you know, it's like having a mechanic. How does that function, right? You have skills, you have technical skills, you have skills that you can do something. You don't want to be of service to the community. You don't have to want to be of service in the area where you can be. So I am really passionate about that. I just also wanted to mention that you know, we have so many spiritual leaders in this team, and our team here at Gotabgaa. In our local church, we have programs that we call it free spirited classes, and those classes we've gone to pairing with helpers and people that come from, you know, they are specialists. They come and sit with the kids so that parents can go and worship. I encourage all the churches, you know, in this forum, if you are a church, you know, to provide those services to your members so that parents can come to church and at least get those 2 hours as respite time. If a breather from there, you know, at least a break, you know. And the last thing I want to say, when you are in a meeting, in a function somewhere, be number one. Don't be people angelen. Oh, here is the lagago belak whether kita ne chenge ser ni jita. Like making a time and unconscious in mind, if what can I do to assist this parent? You know, I was in a situation like that where people are just like paying dirty big, oh, you know, all those people, but there are people that need help. I just want to us to be sensitive to those in such a time. So going missing, I want to give it back to you, Madam President.
Thank you so much, Japheth. Thank you for that insight.
Madam President, give me 1 minute. I just wanted to share this. Also, a lot of these programs like the McDonald's, these fast food restaurants and these grocery stores that we frequent a lot. My wife works with what do you call this, highly functioning kids with autistic challenges. And most of these kids are taken to go and work in places like McDonald's. They're taken to places like grocery stores to bag groceries and stuff like that. So sometimes when you see your food, you're missing a fry or you're missing a burger, don't start cussing at them because you don't know the type of person that is bagging your food. Could be a highly challenged kid that is autistic, that is trying to learn a function. Be humble. I mean, it has really humbled me because before I used to be very mad and be like, how can somebody miss to even put a burger here and I just ordered a double cheeseburger? Why could they not even make that? But then I came to realize that, you know, after my wife talked to me and told me, those are some of my clients that are in that store. Then I realized, okay, so actually McDonald's, the Burger Kings, all these fast food restaurants, they are actually doing a contribution to the community by helping these kids, employ them to go and work and learn a skill. So sometimes let's be patient. Let's not overreact because you're missing a fry. Just go there humbly and say, you know, my meal is not total. Just I'm missing a fry here in a humble manner, because sometimes you're yelling at people that, you know. I just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you so much. Thank you for sharing that. I think I will allow Sharon to give her, we are doing closings. If I don't see any other questions, because I see the time is far much gone, we will continue with this. Cindy,
I just had one more comment just to piggyback on what Tibet said. Sometimes, even if we have kids on the spectrum, let's not, as parents, project our fears to our kids. Sometimes our kids are extremely capable, but because they have a diagnosis, we tend to think they can only get to a certain level. So it's really imperative to not limit them. Let them be whatever they can do and tackle. We need to encourage them. Even in school, we need to push the schools to support our kids, because already there's a label. And I always tell parents, remove the label and teach your child how to cope in society.
Thank you, Cindy. Thank you. Abe, I set this up.
Yes, ma'am, I was. It's really touching what you guys are talking about, but I want to say this on behalf of GI, maybe I'm saying this on behalf of our president. This is an issue we're going to take on, and we're going to be part of the change. So all of you guys tonight, the panelists and the people that are here, just remember, this is part of why we have Gotabgaa International. Acceptance, behaviors, and all these things we're going through. So I want to really emphasize one thing. We'll stick with this with the board. I'll stick with this with the board discussion, executive board, and I think, Madam President, this is something that's very important. So I just want to emphasize the fact that this is not really a presentation tonight. It's something that we need to include to our daily lives as an organization. And I thank all of you guys because it's really personal. I look at it as I'm listening to my cousin and I'm listening to the experience we went to. It's personal, but there's so many Kenyans that are going through this, even beyond Kenyans. On behalf of Japheth. I know who she was. In college. So all I want to say, Madam President, please add this to, you are good at one thing. Add this to impacting the future.
Only one thing?
Okay, you are good at many things. So things that impact the communities, I should put it that way. But I really think it's very important to look at it and say, what do we do? And then the other thing is the education part. You know, education in this country is what brings all of us here, literally. But if you look at how many teachers, how many professors we have, how many K-12 teachers we have, we don't have a lot. So I really want these people that are on this group to think about what is wrong being a teacher. I'm in a community, a local community, really remote community in Arizona. Average teacher get $80,000 a year. And they work 9 months. So I want to challenge us to say, what are those things we can do to impact our own communities? So I want to say thank you, Japheth. Thank you, Vincent, Kosi, Ruthie, Susan. Thank you for pouring your heart. And to me, this was one of the hardest things to talk about because you either have a child you feel like they don't belong, or you have a child that nobody cares about. So I want to really, on behalf of GI specifically, I want to say thank you so much for doing this. But Madam President, I think this should be, I know you have an agenda. This should be a repetitive agenda because I know a lot of these things happen. In Kenya, nobody ever think I'm gonna give birth to a kid that is special or all this. And when you do, you don't talk to anybody about it. So, Alain Gongwe, you guys did a wonderful job. You guys have really good strength. So, Madam President, let's continue. Let's listen to what I just heard. Alabama, you should have a room for this kind of discussion. I think that's what we need. So, thank you, Gongwe.
Congo Eb, Congo Mesa, and we will have that in Alabama. So let me start. Kosi, you can do your closing remarks, and then I come to Ruthie. I don't see Sumbaei, and then Japheth will be the last remarks.
Okay, so before I do my closing remarks, I wanted to comment something to Kibet. I don't know if you, Kibet, if you can hear me.
Yes, he's still there.
Okay, so he talked to us about his child who is 17 years old. What I wanted to say is, if he doesn't get the guardianship now, and if he turns 18, and if he were to have any medical or any legal issue, they will not be given the right to speak for their child. So we need to know that when a child becomes an adult, you don't have the guardianship anymore. They take that away from you completely. And then I wanted, he mentioned how special education students or even adults with disabilities are able to work at grocery stores. In Missouri, every grocery store, like Walmart, big ones, they must hire one person with a disability. So when I'm doing transition, I make sure we go to Walgreens. We use Ability One, which I had seen Yegon had put on the forum, on the chat, to say that that is one of the resources we can use. And so what I was telling Kibet is whenever, when your child is 17, this is the time to fight. It's very hard to get a case manager for your child. You have to advocate really hard. This is the time I get so many parents emailing me nonstop. Chumbek, they know where the resources are. But our people, I have to reach out to them. I have one Kenyan parent. I have to say, you have to make phone calls to the resource centers where they take students on transition so they can have a case number so they will be able to get a job. So that closes that to Kibet. And to the forum, to the panel, to Madam President, this was a privilege for me to be able to be part of this panel. I truly appreciate it. It really hits so much parts in my heart. I advocate so much for children with disabilities. I advocate so much for parents as well. I know a child with disabilities can cause so much in a marriage. So many people lose their marriages. So many people lose relationship with their relatives. But we are here so one day we can open up and be talking about families, especially during this April month. This is the month that if you come to my classroom, you will see all the autism posters. Let's wear our autism t-shirts. Let's proclaim our moment when it comes to autism awareness and acceptance. Let's tell anybody that still has doubts that autism is a disease, we tell them it's not. Anybody that thinks that autism is a behavior, we need to tell them, no, it's not. Anybody that thinks that autism is curable, it's not. We can manage the behaviors. We can manage, and those children can be who they want to be. So thank you so much for giving me this moment. And I feel that I was very privileged to be part of this panel. Thank you, teammates. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon, and it's good to see you. We're going to have you again.
Thank you. I'll definitely be there.
Thank you.
Yeah, we had a great team. I want to say them by name. Vincent, Ruthie, Japheth. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Ruthie, your closing remarks?
All right. So I just want to say thank you so much to Gotabgaa Forum. Thank you for this opportunity to be here. Thank you for hanging out. You can see that we've been here since 7 o'clock and you've hung out with us and had this discussion. Gongoi. Thank you to Jano, Madam President, here in Dallas. Thank you for all that you're doing and for allowing us to be on this platform. And also want to thank my fellow panelists for pouring their heart. I can feel the passion, and thank you so much for all of that. So, but just to close, I just wanted to just say two things that we continue the awareness. This is only the beginning. We have just only scratched the surface, and let's continue with the same spirit to extend our efforts and to reach others. And then the other thing is, I know we've talked about reaching out or helping, offering help, respite, and all of that. I challenge everyone who's here tonight to reach out, be the one to reach out to the families that are affected. It's easier for others to reach out than for the families to reach out and ask for help, because they're already, it can be too much. So please, if you know someone, a family, an individual, reach out, ask, how can I help? Is there anything that you need? Just be available, just present yourself and show up for them. And then last but not least, for my fellow Texans, I mentioned earlier, because I have been up and around and everywhere I'm always fighting for Elijah anywhere I can because the resources are limited in Texas. Texas is not good. So if you know a family, let's get together, reach out to me, even if it's in private. I'll share what I know and all the alleys that I've been in Texas. It's not easy to get resources, but together we can learn. But let's fight, advocate, be your number one supporter if you have a child that needs help. That's all. So thank you so much, Ngovirura Jehovah. Until next time, thank you.
Gongoi, Daktari, Gongoi, Ruthie. It's good to see you, and it's good to know that you are available in case anybody needs you, especially in Texas. Japheth and Susan. Kimwana Japheth. Gongoi.
Okay. Kalen Wendy Sumbaei karok sa tarage.
Kama agere Sumbaei ke Pago tele Sumbaei gole.
Nika wacha nitoe jacket ndio nifunge yangu. No. You've done a good job. Thank you very much, even for stepping up and being an advocate for us. I just want to thank you. I just want also to thank the panelists for tonight, for taking time to really pour your hearts and really, I was touched when listening to people like Kibet, saying that just because of us, he's been able to open up. The fact that, what we did today, sometimes we might think it's not a big deal, but it's touching lives, right? Thank you, Madam President, for thinking about these great ideas and getting this panel for us. It's really good, that we can speak as speak together, where we're non-judgmental and where we've even allowed other people like Tibet to feel welcome. The ideas of the things that we've shared have been things that have been instrumental. And if there's one thing that I will be proud of tonight, is that we've been able to touch a life today. And that is really the more important, right? So as we think about what's next, we should always consider about how do we move the needle so that's not always conversations and conversations. We had before, and Madam President, if it's okay with you, I know we started a small WhatsApp group when we were talking about these panelists as we were preparing on things I want to do. If it's okay, I think we should just keep that channel still open. And if we have parents that really need our resources, they can just be added into that group. And we can always share information with them if they need anything specifically instead of just carrying that group up, right? Because we have parents that probably are not comfortable talking tonight. So if anybody needs to be added into that group, please reach out to Madam President, reach out to me, and we're going to add you into that small group. It's going to be an intimate group. We'll provide resources, we'll provide the support that you need. Because really the goal here is for us to really think about how do we support people or our kids with special needs, right? One of the things that if you guys didn't listen, what Kibet mentioned on his comment today resonated with me today because needs. Their siblings become their advocate, but their siblings get lost in growing up. We lose them. We expect them to do a lot, but they forgot to become children. So a lot of things is we lose those things. So what we ask for this community is to really consider stepping in for those families, supporting them so that it allows even that child that is always an advocate for this other to become a child also so that they don't lose out on their childhood. Because if they are the only person, when parents are out there and they say the kids can go here, the parents are always, 90% of the time, they will rely on that one child to be an advocate for the other kids because they know that can be where the kids are always there. So this child forgets how to play and become always like the mouthpiece for the child with special needs. Okay, so really just think about it, how can you get involved, But the other thing is it's as simple as just making sure that we also check the information that we got here and share it out there. As you guys seen, we've tried to do a lot of things. And one of the things I still request is if you have the knowledge, if you have the know-how, please help us so that we can grow our community. Asanteni sana. For people in Kansas City, please make sure you stop at Keep Automotive. Keep will always make sure that take care of you. go over there, tupatie ratings hata kama ni 5-star, weka hapo. At least, the more you give us those ratings, the more at least people can search and realize that, hey, this is a good place that we need to take our vehicles to be serviced. And that's all I have. Thank you very much. Have a good night. I'm surprised that we started at 7 o'clock and it's 11 o'clock, almost midnight. Like, so thank you very much, and you guys have a good night.
Thank you, VP. Thank you. Now you guys know why I'm strong. When I have a VP like him, y'all don't play. Thank you, VP, and thank you for being here tonight. Japheth, karibu. Give us a few minutes so we can all finish together.
Yes, please. Thank you very much. I want to first amejale go missing Gotabgaa. Go missing amu kopwa uruani nyeke ngalal tukun. Go missing amu katakai we yate 1 2 3 ngolo. Lakini ke amwani tepungo nyanan ke mutate ngolo ke wendi seke am logo ya genet ke akoba ngalejo. Sa menu go. Let's put into action what we've talked about. Dr. Ruthie, don't wait. Onge volunteer and ajege, start by asking yourself, really, reach out to a parent, agile, I'm available, volunteer yourself so that you see space you're not instead of waiting for them to ask for help. Panelists, you guys did an excellent job. I want to thank the team for just preparing and doing the work. I know Kelsey is not here, but I really appreciate the work that she's done, also joining. The support that we received here, Gotabgaa, and also in our local community. There are so many people that are still part of our family, even though maybe Tajitagatilian Magomi Jared Sotagaya in these forums, but Mami Jini Gasarparwage Taja that group, and therefore that is why we will never leave, a situation, you find yourself in that situation and you never want to leave, because that camaraderie, that group is a special community, and we depend on each other, we rely on each other, and that's why we're coming out to say, so that we can become one team. Last thing is, I'll share a picture here because we talked about our son here, and I wanted to just make sure you can also see, and I will invite my wife here to Nini also. But this is a picture of our son. Can you guys see it?
Yes.
Or did it disappear?
No, I can see.
Okay.
Did he have a red baseball sweatshirt?
Yeah. Do you still see that, or are you seeing the autism thing?
I can see you. I can see the baby.
You can see the picture?
Yes.
Okay. And so I wanted to just share that, but also saying there's something else that we didn't touch on tonight, and I know that you can do it. And that is making sure that when you do elections, make sure you are electing people that actually support these programs. If you elect people that are going to cut the funding for these programs, the schools will not have funding, the programs are not going to be funded in the communities, even just sensitizing the community, so the police, all these people, so that they can assist, I know, and it doesn't, by the way, when I say that, I went to so many meetings advocating for a kid, including talking to politicians, and I found out that even the people that I thought would not know knew about it. They didn't like the programs at first until they found out their nephews, their nieces, or their grandkids had the same, and then they started funding the program. So it's important to have that civic education so that you can elect and put people in position that can help. Too bad that anyway, I can't say what I want to say. So my wife is here. She just wanted to say good night also before we can.
I just continue from where you started. So first of all, I just want to say thank you so much to Madam President for again, and the team for what you guys have done, just opening up these forums for discussions. And I just want to say, continue with the same effort and the same desire that you have in your hearts to be able to let people have conversations like this. May God bless you so much for that. Thank you to the panelists, Kosi, Sumbaei, Ruthie, Dr. Ruthie, and my husband here.
Thank you.
Not say, yeah. So thank you so much. And also thank you to everybody who has been able to stay from the beginning when we started until now. They're still there. Thank you so much for, and everybody else who was able to share and ask questions, to comments. And we are here for one another. So my last comments or I just wanted to say that to the parents, or especially, again, I think this is what I shared last time, that to mothers, like we have an intuition, like I think like somebody said it before, that you will know what's wrong with your child. So the problem that we have again with our community is not accepting it. So my request is, please, so that we can be able to help these children when there's still time to accept and seek help. So follow the intuition that you have. If your child is not, by at least age 2, you will have known that something is not right. So take the position and just seek for help so that we can be able to, yeah. And that is just the other part is just avoiding the denial, which is just the same as that. So I think that's what all I have. And I just want to wish everybody a good weekend. May God bless you.
No dilly-dallying, right? Don't waste time. The
Yeah.
more time you waste, the more the wait times are so long. It's 1 year or more in 6, so the more you dilly-dally and wait, the more, the child is growing, and early intervention is the best medicine. If you waste too much time, it becomes hard to teach. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Japheth and Susan, for closing it for us. We are so grateful. Ladies and gentlemen, what a truly meaningful and powerful evening that this has been. On behalf of the entire Gotabgaa International family, I want to extend my heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you. Staying for more than 4 hours in a Zoom meeting is not easy. But for you guys to have stayed and being here, thank you so much. To Pastor Dan Korir starting us off, thank you for reminding us of the strength we find in faith and unity. Your message on bridging the gap has been planted seeds of hope and the connection within our spirit. So thank you so much, Pastor, for coming in. What can I say to our amazing, amazing panelists, Japheth and Susan, Sharon Jepkosgei, Vincent Sumbaei, and Dr. Ruthie Saina? Thank you for your courage, honesty, and wisdom. You guys have opened our eyes. If there is anything that today you have opened my eyes, you opened our hearts to the journey of raising the kids and supporting the kids who are neurodiverse children in our community. We are walking away not only more informed, but more inspired. I want you guys to know that, to be more inspired. We are compassionate allies in our homes, schools, and eventually in our communities. For you guys to open your heart, pour it out, having other people to have a safe space, like our own chairman coming out and sharing his journey and what he has been going through. I want to say thank you so much. Cindy, for you coming in, telling us more about what you've been going through with Kyle. I want to appreciate you. Continue doing what you're doing. Be the advocate that you're doing here and back in Kenya. I know that maybe Bitok, Abraham and Japheth didn't tell us that the currency is CS for education. is Bitok, who was here. So I think we can always talk to him about what we are supposed to be taking over from here and continuing in the world. So back in Kenya, our own Bitok is the CS now. So we will be able to reach him and talk to him. So to the entire Gotabgaa family, your present engagement, the willingness to learn speaks volume about the kind of the community we are building together. Let's all carry this conversation forward. Let us be present for one another and continue to grow in love and understanding. While we started all this Let's Talk in January, it was one of those I told myself, will people be coming for real? And then God put something in our hearts, and here we are. So on behalf of Gotabgaa, amwawago ngoinetin tany angmuren yemoto bendoti gotoreto Jehovah santeni sana. Thank you. May God bless you all and keep our community strong. Amatagito alenzango gerok punyango imen ogergo labait Gotabgaa gigimen ageteledosi together. Agetezeta ko berude Jehovah because of the vision, the mission that our founders had. And we're going to carry the baton to the next generation. So hopefully these conversations will continue being the pillar in our community. I want to thank you all for being here. And I want to encourage us that we have one more this month of the Let's Talk series. And this will be Let's Talk series about raising our kids in the technology world. How can we balance it? So there is more coming on the Let's Talk series. Anyone who needs to be added to the group that we had for autism, for resources and everything else that was going on, please kindly let us know. I think we will share this the link to anyone who wants to be there so we can continue learning, we can encourage each other, provide resources, and stand with those who are going through this journey. I want to say thank you. Have a good night. See you in our next gathering, which is like the end of this month. May the Lord continue pouring in those jars that you poured out tonight. And we hope that God will bless you all. Any pastor that is still here tonight to pray for us? Close us in a word of prayer, please. Pastor, do we still have Pastor Dan?
Yes, Madam President, I'm still here. Let's pray.
Thank you so much. Pray for us.
Yeah, mighty Father, in the name of Jesus, we are before you with thanksgiving tonight. Thank you for this information session. Thank you, Lord, for giving us things that we never knew. Thank you for teaching us special love. Thank you for teaching us how to be there for one another and to be there for those who need us most. Thank you, my Father, even for reminding us that we are all equally created in your eyes and in your image. We bless you tonight for these families that have stood up today, that have shared their hearts out, that have, oh God, even candidly opened up about the journeys that they have been going through. Lord, we want to thank you. We want to pray that we will continue to embrace the diversity that we have. We want to continue that, Lord, you will guide us even as we grow into accommodating each other's limitations and being there for one another. We bless you tonight. Even for this organization, Lord, we pray that you will continue to expand them, that you will continue to expand us, oh God, that we shall do that which will glorify your name, that which will bless your kingdom, that will bless your people. We thank you tonight. When as we go to bed, Father, may your glory, may your presence go with us. We love you tonight. We bless you. We honor you. Receive all the praise and all the glory, even as we worship you tomorrow. Lord, we pray that you will be with us. Give us a visitation, oh God, so that we shall live to glorify and bless your wonderful name. We love you tonight and we bless you. In Jesus' name I pray.
Amen.
Amen. Amen. Amen.
Asanteni sana.
Thank you.
We have an Dan Kipchumba is in Houston. He's a financial. In case you need any financial, his number is 346-837-5326. In case you need to reach him out, you guys can do that. Asanteni, God bless you, and we hope that God will be there with us all. Kongoi missing konyo.
Kongoi.
Good night.
Good night.